Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 back that up Show me what you got. what you got. Back that up, 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 back Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world, and welcome back to the VALORANT Oceania Tour. It is currently 3:30 p.m. in Melbourne, Australia, and welcome everyone once again, and a new face also to the broadcast. I am Dion Komodo Peralta, back again for today, and joining me is Tony, Tony McMullen. Sorry about botching the name there. Sometimes it's a little bit tricky, but we got it in the end. Tony, welcome on in.
It's good to be here, and it's good to, get on board and enjoy some Valorant this evening.
Yes, of course, we are in day number 3, as I have just mentioned as well. Today and tomorrow is where we will be looking to finish things up for this little stint. This stage 2 is where we are currently at right now. 8 teams will be progressing into our OCE Championship, our regional finals that we do see there. And of course, on the back of that, 2 teams will be able to go over into that last chance qualifier all the way over in North America. That is what these teams are going for towards it. Of course, in that last chance qualifier, there will be one winner that makes their way into the Valorant Champions stage. And we down here are hoping that it'll be one of our teams from Australia.
Yeah, I can very, very hope so. Of course, there's teams like Order, Mindfreak, Wildcard, a ton of really heavy hitters looking to join Sonics overseas, and, well, we hope to see them go that far.
And of course, not only is it going to be the teams trying to go through this bracketing system, they are going to be taking home a little bit of extra cash as well if they do get into the top 4 states. First, second, third, and fourth taking home a range of $10,000 split amongst them. 4,000 for first, then 3,000, 2,000, and 1,000 as a little bit of the extra cash to put to whatever they do want in their lives. And of course, as well, there is also the extra MVP award courtesy of Vodafone, winner taking home $250 as well.
And again, thank you to our lovely sponsor Vodafone for bringing us that MVP award. And, well, Dion, we've got a hefty bracket to go through. Of course, we saw a ton of action yesterday from the likes of Tyrant and Bandits, Direwolves, McTeam, all very, very convincing action. But Tyrant, a very one-sided affair for them. They moved on through the bracket, of course, beating out the likes of McTeam 2-0. And well, Bandits, they had a bit of a rough showing too. Direwolves were able to trounce them in a 2-0, and of course they moved on to the lower bracket that will be, of course, brought to you tomorrow. But for this evening, Dion, we have Mindfreak, Nebula, and McTeam BTS versus Paradox, or McBTS versus Paradox. It's a long name.
It's one of those interesting names to come on through. Of course, we've got McTeam and we've got McBTS, which is along the lines of the same sort of nature in the naming scheme. Of course, once upon a time, a couple of the boys from Kanga on that roster, but we can get to that a little bit later on, because for right now, we are, in fact, going to be starting off with Mindfreak and Nebula. That is where we will look to start off the day. Of course, everything is going to be BO3 here, but sort of touching upon yesterday's games a little bit more here, Tony. I mean, it was just that one-sided affair that we did see, it was, Direwolves and Tyrant essentially the whole time. We saw a little bit of the rumblings coming on back for the Bandits, but me and Conky were talking about that. We were kind of both expecting it to be a little bit closer, but we just saw some just extreme domination come through from the winners yesterday.
Yeah, especially call to that first game, Tyrant, with a very convincing scoreline on a map like Ascent. Of course, I believe McTeam have played that map previously, of course, different rosters and such, and well, they're quite practiced on that map, and just to watch them absolutely crumble under the pressure that Tyrant brought yesterday was absolutely astounding.
Yeah, and of course we did hear from Marsh as well at the end of the day, getting that interview from him, saying his thoughts and his processes. And I got to say, man, between him and Pocket yesterday in that game from Tyrant, it was just absolutely domination coming through. Myth as well there, getting out that 4K that we saw. Marsh's pistol, I think, is something that's in my head, but even more prominently so is that 2 versus 5 on the B site of Ascent. That retake that McTeam were trying to go towards just got absolutely decimated. And yeah, as I said, that's one that's sticking with me for a while now.
Yeah, it's a very, very crazy outcome there. And of course, Direwolves coming into a bit of a resurgent form after their recent results. We've spoken and we've seen Direwolves a little bit fallen off of form from their old glory days. But of course, bringing it back against a 2-0 from the side of Bandits. And, well, it's always good to see them bounce back like that.
No, it is indeed. But enough of the little reminiscing that we did have from yesterday's matches. Let's go and see exactly who we are going to be witnessing in the servers today. We're going to start off with, of course, a Mindfreak bringing on forward. It is Calf, Watt, Norson, Scroll, and Pex. Once upon a time, we did have Lakers on this roster as well, but he has decided to step down and move on with, outside of the game. So we do now see Calf, coming in, slotting in for that jet play. You guys in the world might have actually seen Lakers on the judge. He had, I think, the world's quickest ace, 2 bullets from the judge, 2 of those shotty charges, 5 kills. And you yourself, Tony, actually was casting that one. It was amazing. It was so good to be witnessing on that front. But of course, moving on and forward, we are expecting to see, Pex kind of get out the duelist role, and then following on through, of course, Nebula is who they are going to be playing against, Tony.
Yeah, Nebula, of course, the starting roster for you. It's Jesse, Tax, Dragon, Rails, and Minimize. And my God, Tax is looking swole in that photo. Very nice angle pick from him. And of course, I want to look out for the superstar players like Tax and Dragon. Of course, the young guns versus the veterans. I feel this matchup is Nebula and Mind Freak. A very storied run for the storybooks here, Dion.
Nope, you are exactly correct in that one. Of course, moving it on forward, Dragon being kind of that player who it was very young, was a little bit gatekept until he was of age, right? But as soon as he's been able to get in toward it, he's able to get in toward a team like Nebula, and they are really letting him shine as well. Bringing it on forward on this jet, he is so versatile, and we can say the exact same thing about Calf, right? We heard it from Pilsky, one of the casters as well. He'd been playing with Calf before in some previous renditions of teams and everything, and just always has, kind of good things to say about him. Banterous plays as well to come out from him. But you look at these two guys, and they are going to be the instigators in this game. They are going to be the ones that you really want to see consistency on, and make sure that when they get those blade storms out, that they put on a show.
Yeah, we saw a bit of Dragon yesterday. Oh, sorry, the day before, popping off with the operator, not the blade storm. But yeah, this is going to be really a battle of the Jets, who can find those opening picks and who can really outclass the opponent. And of course, I give props to their strategical prowess as well.
No, once more, the strategical prowess is something that we're really going to have to see, because, you've got lots of players here who have been, around the region, around the scene for quite a while on that experienced nature. And then you've got some young Sharpies coming on through. It's kind of, following in all of the regions where you do have those experienced players that are at the helm, and then they are bringing in, the new firepower just to kind of build it on up. So, we kind of think towards what we are going to be seeing in this game right now, Tony. Do you have any predictions on sort of where we are going in the map pool? Do you think we're going to see Icebox come out in this one?
I could potentially see it, but for the side of Nebula, they've played it quite a bit. They have a very strong win percentage on it, 63% overall. And for the side of Mind Freak, they're no stranger to Icebox either, a 56% win rate on their regard. And, well, maybe Icebox is where we see this go, but of course we have the vetoes for us, Dion. What are we looking at here?
Oh, Bind first, Haven, and then Icebox. So we do get it on forward in the end. It's one of these maps that I really like watching Icebox. We sort of talked about it yesterday as well. In the beginning, it was that map that everybody kind of didn't really want to touch, but then they've started to find out what works for them and what flows with it. And it is a really nice map to play in the end as well. Haven is going to be the second one here to come out from Mind Freak. A little bit of an interesting choice on that one. Of course, I cast my mind back to what we saw from Haven on them last time. It was relatively decent. There was a couple of rounds that they did lose out pretty, lackluster in their effect. But we start off on Bind for Nebula. Pretty strong point for them.
Yeah, of course, we look at results for a team like Nebula and by 57% overall win rate. And I feel a team pretty comfortable on a map like this, especially with their more strat-oriented and more diverse style of comp that they're bringing. I believe Minimizes, he's been putting the work in behind the scenes. He's got the boys to practice some different comps. Of course, we saw Tax potentially maybe from Sky, but it will be Sky from Tax potentially, but it'll be interesting to see what we see for this first map. Bind, of course, a comfort pick in a map we've seen Mind Freak almost go toe-to-toe with the likes of Order and such.
Yeah, Mind Freak are kind of that team that are being gatekept by Order. They're it's their kryptonite in the region, and then you've got also all the other teams being like, we need to beat Mind Freak to then go toe-to-toe against Order. So there's the gatekeep follow-on effect, and Mind Freak are one of those teams that are kind of, up there, being that team that a lot of these other teams are trying to beat. And we look over towards Haven to see if it's going to be that 2-0 for today. But Bind is where we are going to start on through. And I do wonder, are we going to see anything fancy come out from these teams? Because we had Haven, be played earlier on in the little BO1s from Nebula, and they... in my opinion, I think caused a little bit, and I mean a little bit of an upset over the Direwolves. 13-7 is a bit of a large scoreline difference on that one. And as you mentioned, Tax is going to be bringing out that Sky again. We would expect when we go over towards that, and I always love Sky to be picked up in the competitive scene. So I mean, coming over to that map, I think will be really interesting in its nature. But starting off on Bind, I wonder how many sort of different dimensional plays we are going to be seeing from these guys, because they are in that upper bracket area right now. This is a qualification match as well to the next stage.
Yeah, it's all on the cards here, whether you go through or go home a sore loser. But of course, Mind Freak, they have all the tools to work with. They've just picked up Kauth, had a bit of time to work with, a bit of time to mesh. Of course, I look at as well Pex, one of the most versatile players. He's played about 6 different agents in the past 60 days, Dion.
Yeah, when I think of Pex, I always think of essentially just of that Raze, able to come on through, able to maneuver with those satchels, the paint shells going through, and those showstoppers. But I have just gotten a little bit of word, folks, that we are having some player issues right now, a little bit of the technical difficulties on there. And so we are going to have to throw it over to a break. Hopefully it is a little bit short for you guys. And when we come back from the corner, we'll be able to start our first game off for today. So stay tuned.
I just time traveled. Today's a big day for past me. He just got the latest Vodafone broadband with super Wi-Fi. Wow. Which finally means Wi-Fi in all 4 corners of the house. What? Even there? I've got Wi-Fi in the garage. Yeah, we do. See ya.
Oh, it's still in the garage.
Yeah. Super Wi-Fi. Wall-to-wall Wi-Fi guaranteed.
Alrighty, everybody, thank you for being patient and welcome back to the Valorant Oceania tour. You are with Komodo and 2Tap Tony today, bringing it on forwards. And again, apologies for that little break. We are working out some issues with a couple of the players for the server, and we are waiting on a little bit of extra confirmation on that as well. So we will keep you guys posted as soon as we know what exactly is happening. But Tony, moving on forward, we are looking to see, unfortunately, the first map in Bind, unfortunately needing to be forfeited out here by Nebula due to those player complications. So Mind Freak will be taking the free kind of map win on that one. Again, always an unfortunate circumstance. Unfortunately, we can't remedy anything, but we now look over towards Haven to sort of see where we're going to line up ourselves on that one.
Yeah, and it's always unfortunate to see. Of course, had my bind notes ready because, you know, Nebula, a pretty comfortable team on bind, and they were able to take it in overtime against McBTS, who are also in this comp. And, well, it's unfortunate that we won't be seeing bind, but of course we will be seeing Haven. And, well, we've seen a bit of Haven recently from Nebula, of course, you know, minimize very prominent Viper pick on this map, and not a pick we were expecting, but of course, comboing it with Rel's Astra. It's a very, very interesting lineup, very good for post plants and very good for retake scenarios as well.
Yep. And that's one of the things that we're starting to see from a couple of different teams in our region as well, bringing up the Astra in combination with the Viper. We see it on Bind as well start to come on through. Nebula has always been one of these teams that sort of steer their own dynamic in. They don't follow in the meta. They try to find their own comfortable footing and try to turn some heads. And they've definitely turned my head from a couple of different weeks, or a couple of weeks ago when they were playing in a different tournament as well, in sort of what they're looking to be brought on forward in amongst their own, play in the game. And one of those things that you kind of look towards them is the comfortability on the Viper, on the Astra, getting out as well. You know, the Sova, of course, the Jet. Phoenix is something that we'll probably see from Tax come onto Haven. Maybe you like to see the Sky come out from them as well. They're very versatile. They have a couple of different agent lineups to go in towards. It's not the structured one-dimensional pool from them. Depending on who they play, they can change it up, and that just expands their repertoire for them. And it just leads in for cooler Valorant as well, more tactical decision making.
And of course, I think tactics. I also think of Mind Freak's side. Of course, I looked at what recently, you know, he's picked up the Astra as well to his own regard. And Scroll, you know, he can play the Breach if necessary, not just a Sova one trick, it would seem. And as we said, Pex, before the break, you know, very, very versatile duelist there. Of course, he can play Phoenix, Reyna, Raze. He can even bring out the Sky if they want to as well. Norson, you know, very prominent Killjoy. Maybe even a Viper or a Sage is expected from him, but not quite sure. Of course, we'll have to wait to see the selections.
Yeah, the selections is one thing that I am going to be kind of putting my finger on for Tax and for Jesse, right? Because you see them flex between the Phoenix and the Sky, or the Killjoy and the Sova, if I'm remembering correctly. So it kind of does go into my mindset of they brought out the Sky and the Killjoy against the Direwolves, where they claimed the good victory. But a little bit ago, you know, against McBTS, they brought out the Sova and the Phoenix, and it also went their way in overtime, if I'm remembering correctly, or maybe it wasn't overtime. No, it was a regular one, and they didn't actually win it in the end there. So I'm probably going to tend over towards that Sky, which I really like. I was talking to you about the break here. I absolutely love Sky being brought in toward the game. I think her ceiling is just very, very high. If you're looking to pick up, you know, between her and Sova, you know, it's probably a bit easier to pick up a Sky for a beginning player. But there's so much things that you can kind of do with her, and her kit is just such a high ceiling that it leads into really, really cool Valorant.
And of course, we're going to throw it to a quick commercial break. It seems we still have a few play issues. So, of course, we're going to go to a quick commercial break as well. And we'll be back very, very soon for more Valorant action here.
I just time traveled. Today's a big day for past me. He just got the latest Vodafone broadband with super Wi-Fi. Wow. Which finally means Wi-Fi in all four corners of the house.
What? Even there? I've got Wi-Fi in the garage.
Yeah, we do. See ya.
Oh, it's still in the garage.
Yeah. Super Wi-Fi. Wall-to-wall Wi-Fi guaranteed.
Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 ba Show me what you got.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Valorant Oceania tour. Komodo and Tony bringing you forward today. Again, big apologies for the issues. It is out of our hands right now. All of the production team is assisting and the admin team as well to get the things sorted in this. It does look like we might be able to get back into the game relatively soon as well. A couple of players, connecting on through, and everything seems to be going in the forward momentum. Of course, it is now established, of course, that it is that map now already taken for Mindfreak freely over on Bind. We will be going over towards Haven, Tony, and it's in my ears that we have everybody, so we should be good.
Yes. And, well, it has been confirmed. So we are going to be seeing a 5v5 on Haven. And thank God, Dion, because I really wanted to see this match. And I know you did as well. We had our discussions behind the scenes. And a map like Bind, unfortunately, going away. But Haven, it's going to now be on to Nebula to show up. Because losing that first map to a forfeit, it's going to rain on the momentum. It's going to rain on the mental a bit. And you're going to have to see the star-studded players shine through here from Nebula.
No, that's exactly right. And I guess in our mindset as well, we have Haven, but we also have that possibility of going over towards Icebox, something that we actually haven't dawned upon just yet as well. Because if Nebula do claim map number 2, 1, whichever way you look at it, if they even it up, we will be going over towards Icebox and kind of leveling out the playing field there for the teams. Take that as the BO1, forget what's happened previously, and really just try to push yourselves to win out Icebox. Because remember, as I did mention earlier, this isn't an elimination game. It's a qualification game. There is another chance for these guys in that lower bracket.
Yeah, and they, of course, probably want to steer clear looking at the games from yesterday and how dominant they were, Tyrants. And, of course, Diabol's playing very, very star-studded. And, well, we look at this second map, of course, it's Haven. And Mindfreak, one of these teams that are pretty confident on a map like Haven, we saw in a different tournament, they were able to take out Tyrant 13-5 and a very respectable scoreline. We saw Norson absolutely go off a treat, and Kauf really got into his own there on that map.
It's actually going to be interesting to me what agent lineup we're not going to really see so far over towards Nebula here. I think I'm more interested in Mindfreak. Is Watt going to be bringing back out the Astra? They tried it the other day. It worked. Or is he going to be going back over into the Omen? Let's find out, folks, as we do now look to get things started here finally. Once more, apologies for the issues, but we do get into the game right now. Tony, we go to Haven to start off the day.
And Haven, it's going to be all on the cards here for Nebula. Of course, we saw from them yesterday a pretty convincing result against a roster like Direwolves. We saw Dragon with that 4K on the Operator, I believe, on day one, and very, very crucial best of one to win there to start it off and really put them in this upward trajectory. Of course, looking to qualify against the side of Mindfreak, and the game is on the way. We look at the roster picks, we look at the agent selection here. It's very stock standard from Nebula. It's going to be Tax on the Sky. Komodo, I know you're giddy about that one.
I'm very happy that this guy is being brought back forward as well. You know, I touched upon it that they had a little bit of an upsetting scoreline when they did have their old, Fable roster of the Phoenix and the Sova, but going back into something that they've been able to path themselves into a victory. The Sky is back. I absolutely love it. And also what is bringing back on toward this Astra. Let us see how things are going to roll into this. Mindfreak starting on the attacker's side.
On a very early wall there from Nebula, just to cut off the side of Mindfreak's vision for the moment there, but what is cutting off vision of his own? Stars come out, dash forward here from Calf, but he's already taken a bit of damage. He's able to take the first on the rails, though, traded immediately by Taxi. Falls to the safety of this A-Link, though. It's trades going to and fro all of a sudden. Ness Jesse getting one on a what, but traded immediately by Minimizing. Now it's up to Dragon already. Mindfreak have somehow able to squeak out a man advantage.
Yeah, and that camera as well will reveal to Mindfreak exactly where Dragon is. He's splitting the difference. He's flipped a coin, and he's actually landed on the wrong side right now. He's maneuvered himself over towards A, with a spike going down to C. He's going to have to run a bit of a marathon. Couple of cloud bursts, the tailwind, and the updraft still available for the man. But in this 1 versus 2, you know that Mindfreak are going to be playing this one together, playing very passively over toward the side spawn. You do note that there is low HP as well for one of the boys on the Mindfreak side currently. Dragon, though, getting into the site. These cloud bursts can buy a little bit of time to get on the defuse. The bait tap out is going to draw Mindfreak in. There's the flashpoint. Sharp shot on the Pex, but Norson is there for the trade.
Yeah, Norson, a pretty prominent Cypher player, and starting it off hot for Mindfreak. Nebula, that really started to spill the momentum. If, of course, Dragon was able to win that 1v2, then we might be seeing a different scoreline down. Nebula, though, unfortunately dropping pistol. Mindfreak starting it off pretty hot, but, you know, it's feeling a little bit bloodbathy early on here, Dion.
Yeah, a little bit. Lots of angels to be going through in that pistol round. Straight in toward the B site. You did see a range of utility from the Astras and the Viper to come out as well from the side of Nebula there. But Mindfreak, ultimately winning out on those angels, catching a couple of better frags than Nebula. And we do move over into this new round where Tax already feeling a little bit of pressure down through the short sewers. Will look to fall back and hopefully call for a rotation from his squad.
And, well, the wall being set up again by Minimize, and Nebula on the rotation over towards this A site. That might be Calth in just a second. Of course, he's going to be seen through that wall. Calth! Someone check his PC already. The man can see through walls. He can see all of the players in front of him. He's going
my lord.
Rails taken in the blink of an eye. Now it's up to Jesse and it's up to Dragon again. Calth taking the ball with the ace. Calth! Are you serious? Starting it off.
Talk about him.
Strong. It's so sick to see the jet play coming in, and Mindfreak, they're not wasting any time on this second map.
We talk about some shoes to fill here, Tony. Calth, filling in those ones of Lakers. We saw how powerful and influential Lakers was on this roster time and time again. But Calth, the young sharp gunner, able to really just find frags, find his own footing, path his own way to victory. And in a round such as that, when you've only got pistols that you're going up against, usually you look to see lots of eco frags come on through from the side of Mindfreak there. However, to be able to dance around, find the opportunities on that Spectre, it was 2 clips that he was able to find all 5 kills with. That is really insane. Already has that Blade Storm available going into this new bonus round. And well, we do have just this little pause that came on through. We were waiting to see Minimize fix that one up, but it is all good. We had a little bit of extra analyst time that we can get onto it, but we won't, of course, stay stuck on that one. We don't need to over-analyze anything because we now move over into the bonus round. It's Nebula's time to get on the board.
Yeah, very, very nicely played, though, from Calth. Get the Blade Storm established early and get the momentum going here for Mindfreak and really shut out Nebula before they can have a chance. Of course, this is now going to be bonus here for Mindfreak. Nebula do have the guns to work with. You can see Stars poised and positioned over at the C site. But for the moment, Mindfreak playing a little bit default. Calth already has pulled the knives, though, and he's looking for a victim.
Looking for a victim. Looking hungry to find the first opening frag, convert this into another round as Mindfreak. They are on this bonus. If they shut this one down, it'll be Struggle City for Nebula. Struggle Town, but in toward the site, straight through the Viper's Bite, the Snake Bite. Calth just runs on him with the Blade Storm. Will be good for 1. Can't quite get a second as Dragon will shut him down. So we are on this 4 versus 4. Mindfreak, though, busting in toward the C site. More for Dragon. Again, traded on through, though. Birds are going on through. And now, with a great utilization of the flash, Minimize claims 2, and Nebula are on the board.
Yeah, very nicely played there from Nebula, and very quickly to rotate over towards that C side. As soon as they sensed Mindfreak were up through Garage, they sent 3 players, I believe, 1 towards the Garage, 2 towards the spawn side, and they were able to capitalize off of the numbers and really shut down Mindfreak's panicked hit there to that C side. And very nicely to shut down the bonus as well and keep Mindfreak in check for the moment.
Keep him in check. Keep them all entertained as well, Tony, because you need to make sure that you are keeping up your spirits. Mindfreak can always be a team where if they're not feeling the greatest, they need something to kick them back into the game. So as long as they are keeping very focused in this one, they will be able to keep things flowing. New round, buys for all. Trailblazer in for tax, spotting out as much information as possible. Going to get destroyed, so at least knows that there is one player out through the lobby. But Calf is looking to be the instigator in this round, clearing everything down through long. You do also have the grassland of Courtyard being explored from Mindfreak, so making sure that they aren't going in this just one-dimensionally. They have different approaches if needed.
Dragon's already popped the knives. You can see he's antsy for a potential A fight, but Mindfreak say maybe we'll take it a little bit slower, take out the turret towards the Garage side. Nebula still left guessing for the moment. Wall goes up again from Minimize. Mindfreak are looking to pull the trigger towards this B site, and Minimize needs to be cautious. Him and Royals now grouped up towards the front of the site, though. Calf takes the initial duel, now dash forward.
Oh,
Looks
no.
up, though. Minimize uses the cloudburst of Calf to get in and get that kill and get away to safety. Jesse's cautious of the low play here from Norson. The spike goes down to B. Norson wins that crucial fight towards lower mid, and now it's on for Nebula for the retake.
Player advantage for Mindfreak, equalized into 3 versus 3. Calf holding at the back of the shield, but Norson on that flank. It's bettered by Dragon, looking for another one. Has Pex's number, name no. Gets shut down, but it is all onto Pex. One away from the Rolling Thunder. The flash points out. He gets decapitated by Tax, and that there is a little bit of a waste of the Viper's Pit, not gonna lie. Minimize trying to get it out just to obscure vision, but we get equalized on the back of it, 2-2. And for Mindfreak, I think we might be on for a little bit of an eco for them now.
Yeah, the side of Mindfreak now a little bit worse for wear. Nebula, after, you know, a bit of an early discrepancy, Mindfreak were able to take those first 2, but Nebula, they're back in their element. You saw a bit of a wasted Viper's Pit there by Minimize, but he's not going to be feeling too disheartened. As long as rounds are on the board for Nebula, they're still into it. And for Mindfreak, eco, but I wouldn't doubt these Sheriffs, Dion.
No, wouldn't doubt these Sheriffs whatsoever. Just ticked over 4 o'clock, so it would have been high noon somewhere in the world. Have a little bit of a leeway going in toward it as well to keep contained on these Sheriffs, but it is going to be the grouping up outside C. Long, hole 5 for Mindfreak, looking to bust on through. They have decided to go in for a bit of a purchase in this one. As the bird goes through, Minimize is going to start off the round by finding Calf, and that might actually force Mindfreak back.
Yeah, that's deterred them for the moment. You see Norson now tucking into the cubby, and, well, Mindfreak starting to second guess themselves. You saw the round they tried to take C before. They were very, very rushed in their approach, and Nebula were able to surround them with numbers and capitalize on the opportunity. But for the moment, Nebula slowly and surely will be making their way towards this C site. The alarm bot just in reach of it. I believe Watt trying to look for it. Star goes up there. Blinding goes towards the back of the site, but Jesse's not too cautious and he's not too scared of it. Will swing out wide. The spike drops here. Minimize. Let's take another, racking up the kills early on as, well, that's going to be Nebula taking this 3rd round, and quite a crucial eco there to convert from them.
Yeah, pretty easy for them in the end. All 5 alive, not dropping anything by a little bit of armor or shields and their utility, which they will be able to buy back again. So it goes into the fresh round where Mindfreak will be on it, as well as, you know, the attacker's side usually starts arguing on this map tends to be a little bit better than the defensive side because of how far split they are. So for Mindfreak, they want to see if they can capitalize on that and get over 6 rounds if possible. They've got a couple of their ultimates to be able to play with in this round, the Rolling Thunder and the Cosmic Divide. As the Guiding Light goes in towards A lobby, it'll look to catch a bunch of information. Dragon on the operator, you mentioned it earlier on as well, seeing if you'll be able to get something activated, and there we do have it. There's the first opener. Watt down means no smokes for Mindfreak.
Yeah, very quick reflexes there from Dragon, and, well, smokes down for Mindfreak means this A site hit might be a little bit more skeptical. Dragon Going to be playing towards the back of it. Sees the owl drone. He is pinged on it, so his position be made aware of. They still have Tax in the back of his site. The Seekers come out from him, and now he's shuffling around this Cloudburst, playing Calf to a fiddle, but Calf reads it this time, able to find that kill on attacks. And ace site now taken by the side of Mindfreak, but Nebula, they've got the lockdown here for this post plant. Minimize trying to take it early. Duel's not going to win it. Now they're going to have to go quickly here for Nebula.
Yeah, Cloudburst get health out of this one as well. They don't have the means to destroy the lockdown. They could technically try to bait it on through, but nobody's going to be detained. Actually, I lie. One of them gets detained onto the defuse. The camera gets destroyed. Looking to stick it right now, actually, Tony. Oh, my lord. Don't tell me it's a 2 versus 4 stick off the defuse. Rails able to find Norson. Calf bites back for one, and Squirrel will close it. So 3 alive for Mindfreak. Minimize, a little bit preemptive for him there to be able to peek in toward the site as he does get shut down. Could have been a little bit better forward for Nebula in that retake, but they went in with a plan, and unfortunately it fell apart. Props up to Mindfreak though, able to get that round.
And, well, you can now see the ultimates available here for Mindfreak. They've got Hunter's Fury, they've got Neural Theft, they've got Rolling Thunder, and they've got the Cosmic Divide. They can go anywhere they want with these ults, Dion, and it's going to be very, very hard to hold on here for Nebula. They do have guns, Operator back for Dragon, and, well, it's going to be a tall task here for Nebula. Where do they decide to set up this hold early? Because Mindfreak, they're just playing very stock standard for the moment.
Yeah, looking to not do anything too ambitious in this game so far. We've seen a couple of splits out through A, you know, the mid approach as well to B. Over towards C, we've only really seen them group up. No big old split through the garage and everything. So still lots of different avenues that Mindfreak will be able to explore a little bit later on. But with the 4 ultimates that they do have in their possession right now, definitely is a way in which they can get started in toward this round. However, the push through from Minimize down through the sewers on the back of his own toxic screen. I wonder if Norson's going to be able to expect this one a deeper cage. There goes the decapitation. The Cosmic Divide's already been pulled for Mindfreak, but now they're on the back leg.
Nicely played there from Minimize, and, well, he's going to be a little bit safe for the moment. Calf able to take out Rails going through that Cosmic Divide. And, oh, the wallbang kill from Bex. Very nicely done here on the side of Mindfreak. Is now Nebula feeling a little bit antsy for this retake, but they have seemed to lost these initial duels. The Gravity Well comes out here from what? Calf playing underneath the site. The Rolling Thunder deployed by Pex, and they're able to shuffle them out and shuffle them back for the moment, but they've lost Pex to that initial duel. The heal comes out, but the time is ticked very, very far down here for Mindfreak though. Dragon taking a peek from heaven, able to trade 1 for 1, and they're gonna find Calf on the fadeaway. Very nicely played from Nebula, and they're able to convert that 4th round. And a little bit slow to the retake, but slow and steady wins the race at the end, Dion.
So instead, he does win the race in the end, as you do see it there for Mindfreak, you know, going for those duels, going for a little bit of those crossfires, but ultimately didn't really work out for them. It felt a little bit lackluster, if I'm going to be on the approach there. You know, the containment at short, they really did let Nebula just get the better of them there. You saw 2 players going through. You saw Minimize, you saw Rails as well, be able to establish something in toward the round. Ultimately gets traded out in the end. But for Nebula, I mean, you take any round that you can at this point in time, right? The defensive side, if they can gain over the lead and start very nicely on this attacker side, they will absolutely welcome that with open arms. Maneuver into the next round, however, and it looks like Mindfreak are going to go straight in with a plan. A little bit of the exploration over towards C. A little bit of a C split could be in order as well, because they are looking to gain a bit of control and domain around mid.
Now you can see Cal, Pex, and Scroll over towards that side. And, well, for the moment, no one really too poised at B here for Nebula. You can see Rails just outside towards that garage side. Tax now to rotate over from A. And they've set a very, very heavy defense here for the C and garage side of the map. You've left Minimized to his own devices over at A. And, well, for Mindfreak, they're biting down the clock. They're playing at a little bit slower pace. Calp has pulled the knives, and they're looking to get into this site explosively.
Well, a couple of blades are missing out from Calth here. He's only got 1. Will need the reset. Will need to find a headshot as Pex is able to find Rails. Calth is going to get shut down immediately. The Hunter's Fury and the Neural Theft still available for Mindfreak. Norson looking to get out that ultimate. He's going to spot out some info on toward the Nebula boys right now. The Viper's Pit might also want to be utilized for Nebula. It is hurting right now. Tax is good for 1. A second would be absolutely brilliant as well. But what? He's able to decapitate Dragon. Looking for a second is not going to be able to come on through. 2 versus 2. But look how low Nebula are right now. If Tax has the overgrowth, might want to be able to bring that out to get some extra HP on towards Minimize. That's exactly going to be the plan. On toward the tap of the defuse though. Baits out a couple of these shots of Norson. Extra so on towards Pex too. And as Pex finds Tax, it is all on a Minimize, but not as he has penetrated through the pit as well. We are tied up.
Yeah, it was a valiant effort, I have to say, from Minimize, using the cover of the Viper's Pit to try and get the defuse off. You even saw Tax pop the regrowth for the heal, but Mindfreak, they had the lineups, they had the spray through the smoke, and, you know, it's very hard to answer for bullets when you can't even see where they're coming from. 4-4 now evened up, but we have a pretty interesting scoreline here. Calf doing bits right now again on Haven. It's a very comfort pick for him, and Jet also a very comfort pick for him. 12-6, and well, for Mindfreak, even is not where they expect it to be, but they'll take it for the moment.
I love this aggression from Dragon right now. That cage is going to keep him at bay for a little bit. The sound cue is what Norton would be gathered with. But Hunter's Fury, they're going in with the entry, with the gusto in towards the seaside. And everyone of Nebula has fallen back. Jesse is taken down. Haven't really seen too much from Jesse in this game, to be honest with you yet. Tony, but Norton able to find two, doing his best Iron impression with this lurk. And on a save sort of situation maybe now for Nebula, but no, Rails is going to get absolutely obliterated. And it's on to Tax, 1 versus 4. Good for the first. This will be huge if he's able to find something. Guiding Light out, does have the Seekers. Would reveal the 3 players' locations on Mindfreak. Here's the footsteps down from Calf, but it's going to be Scroll to get him from behind.
That was very, very well played from the entirety of Mindfreak there. You saw Norton crucial on that lurk, able to get 2, and he's a player, you know, that he's been around for quite a while, and no one really touches too much on the Norton lurk. It's quite detrimental to many teams that Mindfreak come against, and you always have to be cautious of it. Mindfreak, you know, they use Norton to his best capacity, able to find 2 on that lurk and really set up beautifully for that C hit. Now Nebula do still have the money to work with. It's op out for Dragon, and I want to see him really start these rounds off good for Nebula.
Definitely want to see something be coming forward, but for Calf, he's just absolutely drilled Dragon a new one. Brilliant open up, Jet down, and Nebula, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board in this one. Do they utilize their Seekers in combination with the Cosmic Divide? It's not going to be able to happen now as Norton finds Tax. It just feels like these individual jewels, they're going straight over towards Mindfreak. They've just picked up that ultimate orb over at C, so they have the Cosmic Divide if they feel pressured enough to be able to bring that on through. Everything just going swimmingly for Mindfreak right now. There are no sharks in the water.
Yeah, the Piers, they've got their goggles, they've got their diver gear on, and they just seem to be submerging the side of Nebula right now, as it's just left to Minimize. He puts up the wall for the moment, denies maybe the walk in. Of course, I believe the the wall now, Toxic Screen, down to its 30 instead of 50 decay that it does. And good kill being found by Minimize, but really, Mindfreak can afford to go hunting. He puts the Toxic Screen up just to cover himself for the moment. Mindfreak know where exactly he lies in wait, and this is just going to be unfortunate here from Nebula.
There you go. Minimize. Only 1 fallen soldier for Mindfreak on that round, and they now at least gain the equalization at the half exchange. It's 2 more rounds to play with. Nebula going to be copping a little bit of a knee in this one as well. They're going to be down on toward these pistols and sit around, you know, 1.5 to 2k mark of your credits if required to get out the proper purchase in the next one. But this should by all means be the immediate capitalization from Mindfreak. You know, you think towards a potential gamble stack. Mindfreak will be acting accordingly to not overwhelm themselves and walk into that potential situation. We do have a little bit of the tactical natured pause to come through for Mindfreak right now, just to get everything in order. But again, Tony, something that you mentioned that caught your eye a little bit earlier was Calth, right? Sitting on the top of that scoreboard. He still is there. No one of his squad up in double digits just yet. They are all really going together, leading in Calth, letting him go for these opening engagements because they know that he is quick to find those jewels, quick to find those openers. And then the rest of the team, they just act in accordance with that and they go together, setting up the rest of the utility. It's working really well. And Nebula, they haven't been able to figure out how to beat that yet.
Yeah, Calf really coming into his own, and Mindfreak really letting him run a muck of things, open space for them on that A site time and time again. You saw Cloudburst denying the dual opportunities to be taken by Nebula, and Mindfreak are looking a well-oiled machine for the moment. Nebula, they're going to have to dig deep. Of course, Sheriffs for this round, a Marshal for Tax, and a few ultimates available. I doubt they'll use them, but we've seen some crazier things happen. Mindfreak, of course, they have the Cosmic Divide and almost the Neural Theft, and Calf is pretty close to the knives if you can get a few more kills here to stat pad.
I think my eyes are going to be more tuned in and focused over towards Nebula in this round to see what damage they are going to be able to deliver It's not like it's going to impact on Mindfreak's credits whatsoever for the next round, Tony. It would really just be to get a little bit of extra confidence frags for them, and maybe even if they convert this into a round, then we start to talk about looking to have things aligned on through to equal at the half. But Calf is going to start off by finding Jesse Watt on towards Minimize, and I guess the extension there from Calf is punished at the end. A Vandal for Royals, looking for another frag, 44 HP. Might see that be gifted over towards the likes of Tax potentially here, or Dragon. This flank for Norson. He's going to spot out all of the information. How many to find here? One. Oh, it's a bit awkward, but he finds the second two, and now it's on to Dragon. Stunned on through.
It's very rough there for Nebula. Norson playing it to a T, and still ever prevalent, omnipresent on the map right now for the side of Mindfreak. Don't even really need counter entry if Norson's finding 3 from the backstab, 7 to 4, and Mindfreak leading this half very, very well. And now Norson's up in double-digit club with Cal.
Big things, great things. It's what you absolutely love to see as well. Norson, you know, it's usually a bit of strugglesome affairs on the attacker side when you do play the likes of a Cypher, but he plays it really well, you know, getting out those flanks. It's one of those decisions where it's like, if you are expecting the flank, you will always be expecting it, but where from is the really big question. And Norson's been able to really just pick where he looks to flank, when he looks to flank. It's really a hard thing to focus on and fine tune. But right now, he's doing absolutely brilliant on that mark. We'll bring it over to Tax, though. Able to find the opener. A quick little flash in through from the blinding. But he's blinded himself. Look at all these flashes. Flash points, blinding lights. Everything's happening. And Orson will get him in the end. So the Seekers are down and not available, but the Neural Theft spots out a bunch of information. Here comes the Cosmic Divide, and I don't even think Mindfreak are going with this, because Scroll, he's already over towards Garage and B.
Yeah, they didn't actually pop the Cosmic Divide there. Mindfreak looking over towards this B site, and it's a little bit weak for the side of Nebula. Minimize still cautious of the A hit to come in, and that leaves Mindfreak to walk up for free. Minimize not going to check his corners and not going to cover himself there. Scroll able to find that open, and lockdown to be popped here by Jesse. Of course, they do not have any sort of deal for it for Mindfreak. They can just play for the post plant. They can play very far back. Cosmic Divide to come out to deny the vision for the moment, but Norson's on the flank yet again. This is so crucial from him. The spike has been tapped here by Nebula. Shock Dart comes out. Now the front forward walk up though. Dragon taking it. Norson on the flank yet again, finding 3 and finding Mindfreak the last in the half. It is so cool to see Norson able to pull off these backstabs time and time again against Nebula.
Man, just looking at that round as well, you know, the absolutely cluster of affairs that was down in amongst the short sewers there between Norson and between Tax. It really wasn't going anybody's way with all of those flashes. Peck's getting out all those flash points as well. Norson, in winning that one, finds the first opener, gets out the Neural Theft as well. When his team looks to scurry away over towards the B, he settles himself down, right? Finds the opportunity in the gap in Nebula's defenses, comes out from behind them, and he finds 2 massively impactful kills. Then through the Cosmic Divide, his team can just all go together as a unit, and it looks absolutely brilliant from Mindfreak. 8 rounds on the attacker side of this map is very large from them, and on this switch up, we're gonna have to see the same from Nebula right now, because if they don't claim the pistol and the second, we have double digits for Mindfreak, and it could be a very quick 1-0, 2-0 series.
Yeah, Nebula don't want this series to spill out of control for the moment. Very nicely timed gravity well there from Watt, able to get a first kill there initially. But Nebula, though, quick on the trades. Pex with a nice little one tap of his own. Tosses out the breach flash, though. He's going to be jingled out and peaked and powered out by Jesse and Rails. A little bit of a left-right good night to close it. Nebula finding pistol, and that's what we want to see from them. Nebula, they've been a little bit drowned out by the tide, but they're good on finding their footing. They're finding this lifeline of a pistol and potentially this second.
It's always an interesting to me, right, when it comes to this map here of Haven, that B side is usually the one that people go towards pistols in, right? They just try to absolutely go balls to the wall, send in a bunch of their utility. If they've got a Sage, they'd wall up one of the sides and just try to divert themselves over towards one of the links. And again, we saw the pistol round go in towards B for Mindfreak on their attacker side. We've just seen it for Nebula. And as they looked to claim that one, they do bring it into this round with a little bit of the better weaponry. Mindfreak, 3 rounds of padding. You really want to see them just be very honest and very respectful in this situation as well, because we know how strong our team is as Nebula, and you know that they're going to be able to mount a bit of a comeback and an assault. So just really play on the side of caution here for them. They've stacked over towards C. It's very valid. And Nebula, yeah, they find the right idea in going over towards A.
I'm just going to stroll up, throw some smokes on, and Toss the spike down, call it a day. Even fall back for the post plan if needed. Bot is going to be recalled by the side of Nebula. And, well, Mind Freak realized they've stacked the wrong side. Unfortunately, it's going to be over at A. And they're going to be on the, well, quick but swift, I guess, exit kills here. Because you can see two players outside of this A. Sight Tax got the Phantom in hand. He's able to take these long-range engagements against, I believe, the shotguns here from Mind Freak.
The Bucky. It's still a thing apparently right now. You really only see Mind Freak bring it out these days anyway, to be honest with you. Scroll. Oh, could you imagine a Ninja Diffuse? I mean, they've got their Nano Swarms on it anyway. And I think they also had the Viper Poison Cloud on it. There's a couple of one. There's only one from Mind Freak there. You take that for what it is. Yeah, you ignore that round. It's a really well placed one for Nebula at the end. They don't drop anything, and you got Mind Freak now who are going to be able to purchase in. Although, you know, with what they forced up, I'm looking at Norson. He's just had to sell something back, so he probably doesn't have all of his cages or trap wires going into this new round. Watt has gone down to the light shields to make sure the Astra utility is here too. So it's a little bit like weakened for them in this one. And I'm actually just looking at, does he not have any trap wires in this round, Norson? I don't think he does at all. It's just those cages. 2 cages.
Ooh,
yeah.
That's very rough from Norson, and might be the advantage here for Nebula if they can walk up to the site quickly. There, the cages though triggered immediately. Seekers come out, and now Norson needs to batten down the hatches here at the C sites. Found the first through the wire onto Jesse's Scroll, picking up 2 of his own. Now Norson trying to take the fight along though. Scroll every time though, taking these fights count to get the cherry on top. Mind Freak completely shut down that bonus hit there from the side of Nebula. And now they're on 9, getting scarily close to double digits, Dion.
The brilliance about that battle, though, is Mind Freak survived with 4 players at the end there, and Nebula, it is only that bonus, right? They can go back at it again with their proper purchase this time, not just look to funnel themselves into the one same area and look to explore their own strategy book and pick something different out in this time, right? And Mind Freak, they're going to have to act accordingly. They do have a little bit of their better utility coming on through this time, but yeah, just kind of looking at, no, it's been a little bit silent from Watt. It's been a little bit silent from Pex, maybe not feeling it too hard on the breach right now, although I look over to that assist mark. They've got 10 each, which is absolutely stellar. And one of the things as well, when you think of Pex, right, you think of Bind, you think of Raze. We would have seen that. We haven't. So it's one of those things where sometimes it just do be the map that can sometimes not favor you, the situations, but also the fact that the teammates are doing what they need to do. It is okay. Pex will be happy to be playing assist.
I also think about, as you said, Raze on Bind. The Arena on Ascent from Pex has been pretty show-stopping, to say the least, as well. And, well, he's able to take this back forward approach here for the side of Mind Freak. You know, he's able to dump flashes, really set Norson and Kauth up for the opportunities that they have been so gracefully granted here. For Nebula, this is going to be really a round they have to take. Mind Freak looking in the driver's seat. Dragon and Kauth going 1-for-1. They're pretty good to start it off, though, I have to say, for Nebula.
Losing the Sharpie, a Dragon for Nebula here, but losing Scroll, the reliance upon those shock dart lineups as well from him will be a big thing that Mind Freak might be sorely missing in this round. So we will have to see how the turn of events are going to unfold in this one. The group up of 3 for Mind Freak over at A as Nebula look to maneuver and lean more so over towards the C area. Norson will be safeguarding that currently over towards B as well. It's looking to be a retake over towards the C side, however, right now for Mind Freak, and that's quite valid. You know, they're a team that will really like going in for these retakes, although that is the mention on towards Scroll, right? That is why I've mentioned him. He knows those lineups. They know these situations, and in having lost him already, might be a little bit harder for them now.
Norson has deployed 1 early cage, sees 2 members. He's found 1, but he's found actually more than 1. Snake's Bite to come out here. Norson now to tuck himself behind this cage yet again. We saw the same position from him in that last hold, but this time Tax will read it. Watt's found 1 on the flank. He's found a second. 2 now. Jesse in a very unexpected 1v3 scenario. Finding the first on the Kauth, though. Has retrieved the spike. He's got 20 seconds to plan it down. Watt has his backline. And, well, Pex just dying to peek here for the moment. Jesse going to go for the initial duel now. He's going to walk up there. He's not going to check the right corner. He flicks to it at the very last moment. Pex will find that kill. And Mind Freak, not even, I guess, a retake. I'd say
Yeah.
hold more than anything. Finding double digits here. And
It was the flank there from what, right? Coming in through towards the long flank, he's able to find 2 at the end there and really just throws spanner in the works of what Nebula were trying to establish. And I think the thing for Jesse there at the end, you know, he was really split between what he was supposed to do in that sort of situation. I saw that he had the alarm bot still available. I think he picked it up a little bit earlier, so he could have placed it back again, could have seen where he knew where what was, placed the alarm bot, you know, and then look for the safe plan. He could have played at default, could have played to the back of the site, putting that alarm bot down towards the side, defender spawn. Lots of different things that he could do. Just doesn't work out in the end. And as you mentioned, Mindfreak now on this double-digit line, really looking to put the pressure down, though, is Nebula in this one, sending it in towards B. Kalth is going to be able to establish out that trade. What is now very vulnerable on the back of the site. He will get overwhelmed. So we have a player advantage for Nebula now, establishing a plant. Mindfreak on for the retake, but again, Kalth, 5 HP. He was dinked early.
yeah, he's taken low. Norson, though, on the flank, able to find one in the window. Might be finding a second there. Tag on the dart from Squirrel, finding minimized. Evan very, very close to the neural theft as well. Jesse, one away from the lockdown, but they still need to hold it down here. Nebula in a bit of a rough positioning here. Now left to Rurls in the 1v3, and he can't really do much when he has low HP, and a very nicely played around and a very nicely retakes by the side of Mindfreak there. That's 11. Now scarily close to match point, and Nebula, I applaud the effort. Very nicely sent there towards that B side early on. They just couldn't quite find Kalth there in the end, and that was the difference. 21 kills on the board. Now on the knives as well. One away from the neural theft, as we said, for Norson, and Mindfreak have got tons of utility and tons of plays to work with.
You look at that situation as well, right? Norson getting out that flank as always expected, but as always at the right timing, finds the kill on towards Tax in amongst the mid window, and then it is just in the back of Nebula's heads. They can't get out in towards mid. Where do they look to be sort of playing and holding their spike from? Well, over in towards C Link, because Mindfreak are mounting out their retake from A Link, and it just got really stuck and really scary for them in that one. It was really well placed from Mindfreak and Scroll at the end there to be able to find the 3 kills where necessary. It's 5 in the lead for Mindfreak right now. Already movement from Nebula up towards the A site as well. Lots of utility being drawn upon. The plan of action for Mindfreak 2 is going to be Norson now finding the first one. The flashpoint can go in if needed, but it's not necessarily required right now. Pex, he will pull it on through, going for the charge. There's the action, there's one. It's Scrappy on the second as he's laid to rest. But Mindfreak, they still have a player advantage in a minute to go.
Maybe trying to take a page out of Nebula's book and just sending it there. Norson going to be gravity welled in the corner, but he's going to be safe for the moment. You should run. Norson now might need to get out of there in just a second. Scroll tossing the shock darts. The dink coming out from Norson. He's so crucial in finding these picks here. The dash forward here, finding 2 detained players. He's able to line up the first. He doesn't get Norson. What's there for the trade? Dragon now underneath the heaven. Needs to make some magic happen. A low HP Norson and quite a few members of Mindfreak to deal with. Camera shot out immediately. Dragon trying for the pre-fire here. We'll find Norson, but he needs to be careful. There's still a player in heaven and there's still a player in this site.
Yep, and the one on the side, Kalth is going to get him in the end. In finding Norson there, he knew exactly where what was as well for where the kill came earlier on onto the revealed player at short. It's played brilliantly. It's played spectacularly right now, this map of Haven. Mindfreak, they have Nebula's name in this one, it looks like right now, Tony, but that's not to be, sort of sold already at this auction, right? There is still more rounds to be played for Nebula here. They're gonna try and do their best to get 6 more in a row as Kalth provides him the good little sneaky jet boost that only Jet can do without wasting up that utility. But yeah, as I was mentioning for Nebula right now, everything needs to accumulate in this round. They have to run in for 6 flawlessly, already deploying out that Blade Storm. They've got the Cosmic Divide and the Viper's Pit. Let's see how they fare.
Yeah, unfortunately here, had to FF the first game on Vert to Mindfreak, and well, if they lose this, they're bowing out to the losers round, and of course have to face either Tyrant or Direwolves, I believe, and well, that's something you don't want to be doing. When we saw Direwolves and of course Tyrant play yesterday, very convincing scorelines from both of them, and Nebula, it's really do or die in this round, whether they break back into this game or whether Mindfreak close it out convincingly. Kalth, I have to say, has been very sensational. Norson as well. Mindfreak just seemed to have them set up so perfectly, and I believe Nebula will be facing Direwolves if they were to fall here.
Blinded.
One of the big old information gathering things in the Skies arsenal. But I've actually just noticed as well right now, Tony, there's nothing else for Tax in this one. The Trailblazer, there's no guiding lights anymore. So it's going to be very... Oh, no, not even the Trailblazer, I think. He only has the Overgrowth. It's going to be strugglesome for him now. But Nebula, they are looking to book it in towards this A site. The Blaze, though, Dragon, they get it done. Looking for more. Looking for more. There's another one to come on through. It's 2 alive for Mindfreak. Nebula, they bring out the Seekers. And as well as dispatches of Norson, it's all down to Scroll, eating his own Shock Dart to destroy the Seeker in the end. 10 seconds to go. The plant will look to go down onto the floor. And now for Scroll, I mean, the money situation isn't the greatest for Mindfreak, but you know that they're going to be able to still play in amongst the next round. Scroll 1 versus 3. If he brings this one back into it and finds this round, it will be absolutely fantastic for his squad and add insult to injury to Nebula. But Dragon is going to have draft and right clicking him out. And there you go, Nebula. They gather the needed round to keep them alive here.
Yeah, that was very crucial to find there from Dragon. I have to say, the dash forward there, finding an initial 2 picks, and Rel's popping up the Cosmic Divide for Nebula to set up beautifully for the plant. Very nicely timed. Mindfreak, as you said, the money not quite there, so they're going to have to be maybe forced, maybe saved here. It will be a force to come out from them, full armor and such. They still also have a few ultimates available, minimized with the Viper's Pit, though, to counter. And I have to say, Rails and Jesse not having the impact expected of them.
Yeah, a little bit falling by the wayside in this one so far. 5 rounds though, Tony. Again, don't count them out, Nebula. They've gone into this, I guess, a little bit tilted is what I saw from Kalth earlier on. But he is certainly looking to put up a show for his squad, if possible. Sorry, from Dragon, not from Kalth. Nebula's side. Slow and steady. Creeping on through. Tax a peek once more over in this short sewer. He's going to be good for 2. At least assisting here. Now Dragon, if he's able to find Scroll, definitely would open up the opportunity in this round for Nebula once more. Kalth now here able to assist with Scroll. Scroll finds Dragon. The side blinder out from Scroll. Does get punished at the end. 2-2. Norson though. Look where Norson is. He's a little bit behind. No flank happening. No rule theft available still. Kalth dropping the spike. And now it's all on to Tax.
Goes
there you have it.
The duel, and he will not take it. Norson there to close it out for Mindfreak, 13-7. They will be taking it 2-0 over the likes of Nebula, and very, very nicely played from them. I have to say, all around the board, they were set up for Kalth beautifully, but Norson, you saw the lurk on the time and time again. 3Ks are plenty for him, stat padding himself up to wonders as well. Pex on the util. Very nicely played from Mindfreak overall.
Yeah, I got to say from Mindfreak right there, you know, it looks to be potentially a little bit slow and steady in the beginning, but once they started to really start to build it up, you know, Nebula really didn't have an in. There was a little bit of instances where they were doing things quite nicely, but ultimately at the end of the day, Mindfreak, you know, you talk about the entries that Dragon was looking, sorry, Kalth, I'm getting them mixed up. Kalth was able to put on through in toward that one. They're both young Sharpies. Yeah, so Kalth was able to put on through in that one, you know, really sensational on the flanks there coming out from Norson. The rest of the team, you know, they didn't really actually need to do a whole bunch in it, right? You saw just the kills calculated in. The retakes were looking quite flawless, where Scroll was able to shine in getting those ones out, planting his feet on the site. Pex getting out those flashes as well, you know, wasn't really able to kind of dance around a lot and find a lot of kills, but hey, at the end, Mindfreak, they got absolutely everything that they needed to in that game, and now we look to have an interview with one of those guys as we look to bring them on in as well, Tony.
Yeah, we've got Watt on the line. How are you feeling after such a bit of an interesting start to this best of 3? Of course, the first map to get FF'd, and how do you come into, I guess, a second map after expecting to play first and not really feeling like it?
Well, we just try to stay sharp at the beginning. Like there was a bit of a unknown period to know if we were even playing, so we just kept DMing and didn't lose focus of. Like we still have to win. Like they're a good team. They could easily reverse sweep us even with a forfeited map. But yeah, we just played our game and did our best.
Now, firstly, congratulations on that one there, Lewis. It's always a pleasure to be able to get some words out from you. Your org now in Mindfreak, you know, they announced the other day that Lakers is no more with you. It is officially, you know, the new little man in Kalth. How are you guys feeling with him?
Yeah, Kals is a huge guy. He's been popping off lately. Like that game, it's just like what 25 frags and like 20 rounds. That's pretty nuts. He's a solid pickup, I think.
Yeah, and a very nicely played overall game, of course, I have to say, from all of you there. And, well, now you guys are qualifying through to the upper final. And, well, who in this bracket are you looking to face on? Because, of course, we still do have our MC BTS Paradox game. Any really contenders there that you want to go against? Paradox looking pretty sharp. MC BTS, of course, one of the new up-and-comers. And, of course, I give a look to you, who do you look to see taking this next game?
I think BTS will take it 2-0.
Ooh. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's going to be a little bit interesting on that one. Of course, we'll have to wait for that a little bit later. But just one more question for you, mate. Do you have any shout outs for the fans out there?
Yeah, shout out to Logitech and our coach Arkin. Me and him were up late last night watching the Nebula demos. But yeah.
Well, it's always
there
good
you
to hear
do
you
have
getting the prac in.
There you do have it. The prac, as you say, getting the prac in, it's a big thing, right? A lot of teams, when they're needing to find their foundations, a coach can really assist on that nature as well. But it's really good to see that Watt is also assisting in with the coach, making sure everything is going forward for them. So that is where we do see, Mind Freak, if I do believe it, the qualification spot is what they do gather on. And you hear it from Watt there as well. He's expecting McBTS to be able to take the victory over towards Paradox, which we will see a little bit later on as well. Just a bit of an announcement for you guys. We can't start the game a little bit earlier. We are waiting for the teams to come on forward, so we are at least able to bring it forward a little bit, but it is going to have to be at 5:30 Melbourne time, so that is in 40 minutes from right now.
Yeah, a bit of a extended break, but of course, we look to get into the next game immediately, and hopefully these MC BTS Paradox game delivers. Of course, the up-and-comers versus one of the teams that's been around for a while, but they've undergone a recent shuffle, of course, bringing in Indie and I believe Nation now into their roster, and Vaunt now coming in as their coach. It's always good to see Paradox really starting to up their numbers.
Certainly so, but of course we are going to have to look to move over to that break, guys. So make sure you do return when we come back as well, because it's going to be another qualification game around the corner. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you very, very soon.
I just time traveled. Today's a big day for past me. He just got the latest Vodafone broadband with super Wi-Fi. Wow. Which finally means Wi-Fi in all four corners of the house.
What? Even there? I've got Wi-Fi in the garage.
Yeah, we do. See ya.
Oh, it's still in the garage.
Yeah. Super Wi-Fi. Wall-to-wall Wi-Fi guaranteed.
Show me what you got. Down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back,
Welcome back, everyone, to the Valorant Oceania Tour. Unleash the power, guys. Next generation performance is here, brought to you by LG OLED, sorry. LG OLED TVs not only have G-Sync compatibility and self-lit pixels, but can also match dynamic console refresh rates up to 4K to reduce motion blur and stuttering in game. Make sure you check out lg.com/NZ for more information there. Now, Tony, as we look to be bringing it on forward as well. We had a little bit of the unfortunate stuff happen in match number 1, but it has all come to a closure. Mindfreak have now qualified. Nebula do have another chance to still qualify in the lower bracket, but moving on into this next one, McBTS and Paradox now looking to see who is going to qualify between these two.
And of course, I give a props to McBTS and Paradox. You know, we had that first game go a little bit quickly, and so they were very graciously in giving us a little bit of an early start for you. And I believe for the side of McBTS, it's going to be Koro filling in for Maple, and that's going to be a bit of a shake-up because, of course, Maple, you know, a jet player, Koro more of a duelist, smoke-oriented player, and it'll be interesting to see how this shakes up the lineup for McBTS. As you can see, the roster for you, it's going to be Clutchy, Zenkoko, Tensai, Sicko, and Koro filling in for the McBTS roster this evening.
Yeah, and of course, you know, Clutchy always one of those interesting players, very hit and miss in my opinion, and I know that, you know, he'll probably agree with me on that point as well. It's always interesting to see what sort of different agents that he is going to dive in towards. Usually, though, bringing it forward on toward this roster, he will look to pick up the Sage coming on forward as well. You know, this McBTS roster still kind of relatively new, right? Bringing it on forward. We're going to see Sicko back on toward that Sova. The rest of the lads are looking to bring out those duelists as well. You got your mix of your old Kanga squad coming into this. You know, Sicko had his hand over at that old wildcard as well. Lots of these boys from the previous Counter-Strike era of things as well, but their competitors, their team to beat tonight is going to be a Paradox. As we look at these handsome lads, it's Delusion, Indie Nation, Exempt, and Azo.
Yeah, they're looking posted up there. You can see the nice drip there coming out from Exempt the watch as well. And of course, I look at this Paradox roster as we see Indie and Nation, the recent additions to this Paradox roster as well. Vonti, their coach, adding a bit of a more strategical prowess. And of course, we saw, you know, we heard a bit from Delusion yesterday about how they felt about the best of one to now coming into this best of 3 format for a qualifier spot here in the regional finals, Dion. And it's going to be all on the cards. It's going to have to be an explosive first game.
Certainly is. Of course, we can look toward the maps a little bit in a moment, but I'm thinking of this one, you know, I'm thinking about McTeam and Paradox. We actually heard it from Watt thinking that, McBTS, not McTeam. Again, names. McBTS thinking that they are going to be able to take the 2-0 in this one, which is going to be really interesting to me, because if I look at this, I'm kind of thinking over towards your 2-1 to McBTS, but I can kind of definitely see the world in which, you know, it would be a 2-0. But again, it's just going to be whether or not everybody is going to be able to fire up properly, because, you know, you look over towards McBTS, and to me, it kind of is like, you know, a little bit of a kind of pug style thrown in the mix of the proper strategy as well. They are still relatively new, but a world of experience behind all of the players.
Yeah, you speak world of experience behind a few of the players. Of course, we speak about Zenkoko, you know, formerly of that GZ roster legacy as well. Clutchy, Koro, and Sicko, you know, all former core members of that Kanga roster. And as well, Tensei coming from a bit of a different background, you know, Counter-Strike, he's played under the likes of Vertex and well, it's going to be interesting to say the least. BTS, you know, I've heard a bit behind the scenes, they've been cracking a little bit, but of course, still a relatively new roster against a pretty seasoned roster like Paradox. They've been here or there, you know, a bit of a rough showing in the Summer Cup Legends, of course, a 1-6 record overall, and struggle to find their footing and maybe a bit of nerves under pressured games like this.
Well, hopefully it's not going to be under pressure for them as we look to bring up the maps and see where exactly we are going to be going in this pool. It's Bind and it's Icebox. I absolutely welcome that. We were going to have Bind. We missed out on it. We've already seen Haven be brought on through. It's definitely not going to be here. So we get a little bit of the exploratory phase in toward these different maps, Bind and Icebox. And Split, if it's going to be the decider, you know, a really interesting one. Surprised a little bit that we've got not, you know, Ascent or Haven there.
Yeah, it's very, very interesting. Of course, Ascent we saw from MCBTS, a pretty strong map for them as well. Haven, a very close game from the side of Paradox, I have to say, against McTeam, of course. A very, very strong one indeed. But I look at this Bind pick, of course, for the side of McBTS, and, well, if you don't know too much about this, Clutchy has been doing some experimental things behind the scene. He's been swapping up the comp, of course, before Kanga were dissolved and disbanded. But it's going to be interesting to see what kind of lineup they bring out, whether it's a Fnatic style comp or whether it's more stock standard for a map like Bind.
Yeah, I do kind of wonder what we are going to see being brought forward into them. Of course, you know, one of the things that is ever so prevalent in my mind when it comes to these boys is Clutchy getting out that ace in amongst the Sage play. No, sorry, the Jet play. He was on top of the Sage wall on Bind outside Hookah once upon a time a little bit ago. Absolutely brilliant play to come through on that one. But yeah, moving on forward into this, we were just about ready to get in toward the game. But unfortunately, one of the guys' games did crash. So we'll sit pretty for a little bit. No break just yet. Don't worry about that one, folks. But we do just have to wait for the relaunch into that one and get into it. Now, Tony, do you actually have a prediction on what you think is going to be the scoreline today in these guys?
Well, I definitely have to side with what here, of course, we heard in the interview, a 2-0 convincingly for MCBTS. I'm expecting a little bit more closer of scorelines. I reckon Paradox, you know, might be able to shut down a few aggressive hits. We saw a bit of a recent composition swap from them. They put Nation on the Astra. They've put the likes of Azo, a very prominent Breach player. It'll be very interesting to see him come out. Delusion very nice on the shock darts as well with the Sova. And, well, I'm still predicting 2-0 like what said, and I definitely hate to come against a side like McBTS.
Yeah, I'm a little bit saddened by the fact that Nation's no longer on the Killjoy. Absolutely loved getting out those little smart lineups from him, specifically over on Ascent. You know, I remember the Nanostorm combination with the lockdown as well that pretty much eliminated everybody that was hiding over in Wine. It was really, really cool. But Bind is where we look to get in towards very, very soon. And I'm just kind of thinking about it, you know, still at that agent lineup, are we going to see McBTS fall back onto something that they're comfortable with? Or, you know, is Clutchy just looking to change it up again?
Yeah, and Bind, one of those maps that's very prominent for rotates as well. Of course, you got the B side teleport over towards long, and then the one over towards A short. And very, very nice here for different style of hits and different style of play. Of course, I look at Paradox's recent results and win rate on a map like Bind. It's not very great. It's 6%. They've gone 1-15 on this map, and McBTS a little bit more comfortable, 57% win rate overall for them. And this is going to be Paradox having to come out of the gate swinging.
Feel like coming out on this one, Paradox have to do more than just swinging here, Tony. They need to come out with everything primed, locked, loaded, ready, straight to throw in the face of McBTS. And now we look to go over into it. It is going to be the something that we touched upon a little bit earlier, right? It is going to be the Viper and the Astra combo to come out from both of these sides. We have a mirror match.
It's a mirror match indeed. All 5 agent picks very identical, and Koro gonna be on the Viper filling in for, I believe it's Maple. Couldn't quite make it this evening, and well, Pistol to start it off here, and Paradox going a little bit antsy early on with these frenzies. Nice one tap, already securing the first kill here for McBTS.
And Indy's looking to get the trade out as well, but it's not going to come into the play. Koro already the superstar finding what need to be. I mean, we think about Koro, we know how experienced he is in the history of the game as well as some other tactical shooters. But right now, Sicko in toward the site is going to be able to open up for 2. Looking to be flawless here for BTS, as it's just going to be down to Nation. Once upon a time has played these guys as well, remember, for copious amount of years. 1 versus 5, no flanks to be seen. It's just going to go very one-dimensionally charged in toward this retake. And I mean, maybe not give it over towards any of the guys that have already found 2. Don't give it to Koro, don't give it to Sicko. Otherwise, they'll be one step closer to those ults.
And deny the ult opportunity. They give it a tense side instead. Flawless round there for McBTS to start pistol off. They shut down that aggressive frenzy play early on from Paradox, and well, no one really able to put anything on the board. McBTS now, with that first round advantage, have the opportunity for light armor Vandals already. Spectre for Clutchy, and it's interesting to see him back on the Raze. We've seen a little bit of a different Clutchy recently, Sage and more Jet style of play, but always good to see him on a character like Raze.
Certainly changing things up. Be quite versatile in the approach. Just got to remember when you do change up your agent style, you know, if you go from the duelist over to the more supportive assistive agents, you got to be in the mindset that it's not just going to be down about that holding W. And on the flip side, if you go from a support agent in towards the duelist, get a little bit of the W action with those abilities primed and properly utilized. But you know, we can draw upon that as long as we need to. No longer is the key on that one, Tony. It is McBTS very spread out on this attack of its side round right now over towards the showers. They gather out the orb, I do believe, as they look to fall back through the caves and rotate to the team over at B. Or maybe not.
Keeping everyone guessing in the server right now. Wall goes up to 10 side, sees the dart. He's just a decoy right now. The teleport can be taken, and rightfully so. It's all over to A there. Wall goes up, denies the left side of sight vision there. Dart as well to come on through, and well, they have all the room to take this A site, and they don't even need to put up any fancy Sage walls. It's just a toxic screen. And the fallback now towards the showers. Clutchy taking the first initial tool, though. Indy with the Sheriff taking 2. Clutchy able to answer back. Low HP bars here for Paradox as that shock dart comes into play, takes out Clutchy, and that's, as we said, a very, very big dart. The spike tapped, Indy takes another, and McBTS now under the panic of Zenkoko as the spike's fully tapped. That second round to go to Paradox, all on pistols.
Yeah, it's always a strugglesome affair when you do get that spike planted over at the triple location, more so over towards the showers. You know, just a lot of utility can be put to that area, and you really don't have the opportunities to escape unless you fall back completely. And if you rotate yourself over towards short, you don't actually have a line of sight on towards the spike, and we saw that at the end there as well. Zenkoko had no line on toward the site to get anything back, and it feels like, you know, while Paradox had gone into that one a little bit dry escape in it, and McBTS had their plan, that it just got turned completely on its head.
Definitely now feel the momentum shifting, and as we said, we want to see Paradox take those initial duels. They're able to play for a very nice post plant. Now you can see Azo on the Viper set up very closely with the Judge, and we've seen Judge Meta now apparently in full swing after the Bucky nerf.
Bit of a tag out. Bit of a slower halt for McBTS right now outside of Garden. Azo Bayans loans himself in Hookah. Gonna be seeing if you can get any extra frags to come on through. But really on this round, McBTS, you know, just trying to see how much damage that they can deliver over towards Paradox. This is gonna look to be quite deadly from Azo in Hookah if I think about it with the Judge. But Clutchy, he is just going to be sitting pretty for the time being. Nobody really over toward the other side of the map for McBTS. Azo pushes forward, finds the big one on towards Clutchy. Now's the time for McBTS to at least try and get the spike established.
Spike trying to go down though. Azo coming, bouncing through the toxic screen, taking 2, racking them up. Late lands to the slaughter. Delusion takes the final kill. And not even the cavalry needed by Paradox, just a lockdown on that B site from Azo, and Delusion. A flawless round there to take number 3 and really take away these guns from McBTS.
Yeah, but of course the guns will come in right now. A little bit of the delayed bonus round if you think about it, though. Yeah, look over towards Paradox's side. It's not really even a bonus, right? They've got the Phantoms and the Vandals across the board. They've got that Judge for Azo, which he'll be happy enough to still utilize upon. Going to be changing up the line of approach, though, in this one. Look at it, ever so change it up for Paradox too. It's one of those great things, right? Being versatile on your defensive side, being so unexpected, really will cause McBTS here to adjust differently and maybe unexpectedly. The Hunter's Fury will be brought out very rapidly as well from Delusion. Will catch 80 damage into the mix on to Astra there for McBTS. And as Indy finds the first opener, Paradox are on for a nice little shape-up round.
Now drone comes out. Now the reverse Hunter's Fury coming in here from McBTS, trying to get some damage off themselves. Only going to do a bit there on to Azo. Ultorb going to be retrieved. Tensai going to fall back through the teleporter, regroup with the rest of his team. Is maybe looking for this A site hit, but there's 3 over on this site for Paradox.
Well, they got 55 seconds to go. Still get back in toward this one. The Viper's Pit still available as well, but that is an ambitious line from Sicko. Gets diddled through the wall by Exempt, and now the footsteps will be tickled out as well. The feet, rather, from Nation on towards Koro, and this round is just going absolutely perfectly over towards a Paradox. Not really feeling any big pressure, just these long lines of sight that they are winning. Nation will get a little bit punished there, but of course could be healed up if required. Tensai needs the ace here, Tony.
He's going to need it, of course. He needs to isolate these duels. Unfortunately, going to fall to the long line again from Nation. And, well, that's Paradox taking 3 now on the board. Rifle round to go their way, and then some. McBTS now in a bit of a rough spot to start this game off, Dion.
On a rampage, and that's exactly what you want to see for them as well. You know, the defensive side of Bind is usually the side that you see gathered a bunch of more rounds on this point in play, and the shutdown again on towards McBTS's rifles means that it's just going to be a little bit of the lopsided buy for them right now. Just on these little pistols, the Shorty has actually been purchased up as well, which is going to be quite interesting for me, not going to lie, but they're going in with the plan of action. Our drone through. Azo on the Snakebite will buy a bunch of time, force them back as well. So McBTS, whilst they have got a bunch of information in this round already, they can't do anything with it.
Yeah, they can't seem to do all too much. Azo, they're going to be gravity welled in U-Haul. Dart's still coming out for the moment. Nation trying to find a cheeky little pot shot, sets up another star. Wall goes up from McBTS. The gravity well to come out from Nation. Vulnerable now. Koro might be falling into the paint shells. Very nicely timed from Exempt, as they're just trying to get this spike down. They haven't quite got themselves into the site yet. Azo's still in U-Haul, doing his bit to hold it down. Able to find another. Exempt comes swinging through himself. Tensai with a nice shot. For his second, can't quite find it though. Exempt calm under the pressure. And Paradox going to take away another round there. McBTS, unfortunately, not going to net a lucky eco.
Look, I gotta say, for McBTS in that part, when they were gate-kept over at the short area just by Koro himself, as soon as they do force him back in towards U-Haul, they look to shut his lights out. 2 frags in the round from McBTS and the spike plant. They'll be happy with that. Find a little bit of the weakness affair over on for Paradox. But again, you know, whilst they can try to get up close and personal right in towards Paradox's faces, it's going to be very different of a round in this one. It's not those pistols where they kind of go in with a different mindset. It's going to be back on toward these rifles where their credits, again, they're weaning right now. If they do lose this round, they're going to sort of be back into that little sort of struggle purchase and really not be able to establish anything on this board. So this is a really crucial round for McBTS. They'd almost have to gather this one to look to really keep Paradox from running away with this half.
Now you can see Paradox set up for the speed hold yet again. They've got Exempt over here. They've got the stars as well aligned. Smoke going to go up there. The blast pack comes out. The showstopper over the top, finding Delusion. Still looking for Exempt though, as he knows there's a player still towards this garden line. Clutchy able to trade 1-for-1 with the showstopper. As now Paradox need to lock down this site. They've got Nation tucked in the corner though. Tensai with a covered wall. Viper's Pit goes up. Welcome into my world, says McBTS, as they staunch on into the site. Azo on the flank line might find Sicko in just a moment, but he's not on the right line. Will hear the fire come out, the shots to come in. Azo to find the first, now dumps his util into the site. Clutchy to find it. Very nicely played there on the take from McBTS.
Not gonna lie, I was still very surprised on how Clutchy stayed alive for as long as he did when he was stuck in toward that usual default plant spot. He was able to still dispatch of Exempt when the rocket did come on through. And then, of course, he was revived a little bit later on. But McBTS, you know, they've gone into that one with a little bit of the delayed approach through Garden, through Hookah. They get the frags necessary, they get the plants, and in the end, they do utilize the resurrection where maybe you see it not being needed. But hey, use what you can. You can farm it back up. It's still kind of the early stages in the half. We've got 6 more to go, including this one. And for Paradox, this is going to be one of those ones where you look towards that sort of back-ended round back towards your name. So BCS, whilst they do look for another one to get one step closer, they are a little bit slow in toward this round, clearing out what they need over at Garden, trying to get in towards Hookah a little bit late. You've got that flank being held as well currently over at short of A, just outside the showers.
Yeah, it's, of course, Cora over there, Exempt. Thinking about going through the telly for the moment. Clutchy on the other side, though, has pried it open, lies in wait in the back of it for a rotate to come out here from Paradox. McBTS, again, putting the pressure towards B. 2 over on this side for the side of Paradox. It's Indian Delusion. Dart to come out very nicely lined up there. Tags down Indy to 70. Takes a few shots through the box too.
Yeah, he's gone.
Shells. He's gone completely. The plate shells very nicely played there from McBTS to flush him out. Delusion trying to find the Hail Mary lineup though. Tenside goes over the top and takes him down under. Paradox now to retake in this 3v4. McBTS though have all the positioning to work with.
Coro now knows that Azo is stuck in toward this cubby, but Tensai gets a couple of shots on through. Doesn't actually work out accordingly, and Nation will be able to dispatch of Zenkoko. The self-heal comes out from Tensai, eventually is able to finalize on that frag, and Sicko will close out the round. 3 alive for McBTS. It started to look a little bit hairy for them in the end. And in that approach there, Tony, as well, you know, they primed it up at the 40-second mark before they started to go on in. And once they do go in, Indy was really just stuck in that tube, was not allowed to get out at all. The shock dart bouncing over, the paint shells also coupled with the gravity well, they really, and when I say they, McBTS really wanted to clear out that site before going in, and it worked out nicely.
Yeah, they just dumped everything into the tube, and unfortunately Indy was to fall as well. I believe a few wallbang shots coming out from Clutchy, trying it to prime out of that position, and well, you see the effect it had on the take. They were able to send it immediately after finding that pick, and well, McBTS now in a bit of a more stabilized position. Paradox took a few early rounds here, except going for the shot, only a wallbang to Clutchy. He's lucky to be alive. Delusion might be going for an early duel, finding Sicko towards the shower line. That spike dropped out in the open, but I don't think Paradox saw it.
Yeah, a minute to go, Tony. McBTS gonna act accordingly and completely transition themselves to the other side of the map, although with that reveal, Tenside trying to solidify some sort of flanking mindset approach to Paradox, trying to be a little bit of the bait, make him guess where things are going to turn on out, with 40 seconds again seemingly being the key number for McBTS before they start to actually get things established in the round. They will look to dance out in towards the B site, and they have to make sure that they are going to be dancing to the right tune of the beat right now. And Clutchy, don't know how he's been able to escape with a frag on that one. Will be shut down and traded on out eventually, and as now Zenkoko and Koro open up the opportunity on the round. There's the shock dart to come on through, denying the plant. It'll go through 2 versus 2 situation as the Cosmic Divide is through. Azo finds Tensai and lines up Zenkoko. So Paradox, they will not be seeing a tied scoreline for now.
And a bit of BM to come in at the end from Azo. You can see how much that round needed to be found there by Paradox, and how much it now spells on the cards for these next few. McBTS fortunately dropping that one, and now down a 2-round deficit. They still have money to buy, but very nicely played, I have to say, from Paradox there on the retake. They waited out the Cosmic Divide. They didn't, well, they heard the spike plant and then they decided to peek, and they peaked together as a team and won it as a team. Paradox now up 5-3, and they have a few ultimates available as well. The Viper's Pit and the Res now available for Indy. To a few ults from McBTS, but McBTS now a little bit sour after that last round.
Yeah, sour taste in their mouth. They're going to have to be able to see if they can cleanse it on out right now, rinse it out with a bit of soap. And then maybe eat some good old lollies or something to just soften the flavor and make it a little bit better. But better is what Tensai wants to do. And now Sicko as well. Absolute damage in the opening stages of this round. Nation will shut down Clutchy. That's the only first frag back for Paradox so far. Can even be offsided by a resurrection if BTS wanted, and now maybe required as Nation and Azo get something attributed on this scoreboard. We equalize 2-2. Same agents across these sides. With a minute to go, actually wants to see that resurrection come on out if possible, but you know what? They can't do it anymore, Tony.
Tensai is completely gone here, and so is the Sage on the other side. Indy and Tensai both gone and obscuring visions. Then Coco trying to get into the site. Will get the spike planted front forward. Nation just going to await Azo's company towards this B site. Cora, though, he's playing for the duel. He's going to toss up the poison orb. Him and Zenkoko now can play for this post plant. They have lineups. They have a star available here on Zenkoko. And Paradox, a little bit disastrous now for this retake.
Yeah, just waiting for this poison cloud to go on down, then they can get in toward the site, clear everything if possible. The snake bite for Koro going to go down a little bit earlier, and then they can use the Nova Pulse or the gravity well from Zenkoko. He just needs to be really careful that he doesn't get penetrated through this box. There goes the gravity well. Nation's able to still stick it. He does get damaged out in the end, and now it's all on to Azo. Got to grab the operator and just look to send it in toward the next round. McBTS, they do answer back, but in these state of affairs, if we keep going round for round, tit-tat, it's not going to instill some good real confidence that one of these teams are ever going to be able to get right in front.
Yeah, just that one round push stands between Paradox and McBeats. Yes, you can see on the scoreboard, though, I have to give props to Azo. He's been playing this Viper very, very nicely to start off this map of Bind. And, of course, Paradox, we spoke about it in the pregame. Bind, not a very comfortable map for them in recent terms, but maybe they've done a little bit more prac behind the scenes, and maybe they've started to work out the kinks a little bit more.
I like this approach from Paradox, though. We saw it attempted in the pistol, if I'm remembering correctly, as well. It did get shut down then from Koro. And now, once more, it actually does work out for Paradox. So, off the get-go, one frag to them can get resurrected from Tensai. Hunter's Fury, though, for Paradox, I would expect that to immediately come on out. And there you do have it as well. It's actually going to gather lots of information. 2 tags to 80, but luckily for McBTS, they do get out of it. They escape a 1-on-1 trade at the result of it. But this position from Indy and from Azo is actually paramount. They can drop the spike right now as well. Tensai into the cave. He's going to be able to escape. Again, another 1-on-1 coming through, but this time Paradox, they do have that resurrection and that big old flank available from Tensai.
Yeah, the info gathered here for the side of McBTS is now Clutchy going to walk it up. And, well, they've got Sicko in U-Hall. Indy now on the flank towards short. Azo on the long and painful walk through spawn side. Spike will go down. Indy now on the approach. Azo, the saved operator from that last round, maybe could save it again, but I think they're looking to go for it here. Indy's retrieved a Vandal up through short. He will go, and then Sicko, very, very nicely timed, very nicely played by him. Headshot being found. Azo now 1v3. He needs to check too many corners. He's cautious of the wall towards Shower, but he's going to be shot in the side by Sicko. That's going to be evened up now on the scoreboard. 5-5 here for McBTS. And after a struggle to begin with, then able to find their footing now. It all tied up at 5-5 here, Dion.
Yep, 5-5. The aggression for Paradox there in through the short area does open up things for them. But again, all those trades that were just being found in the round were keeping both of those teams honest. I would have loved to see that flank actually come through from Tensai once Azo was posted up on that operator line down through B long, but it just doesn't come out. And in the end, McBTS, they do hold on true, and they eliminate him in the one to tie things up. But though, going into toward this fresh round, McBTS, they have quickly gathered a bunch of information early on. They've gotten the hookah control. They've gotten B-long control out to spread and clear through Garden. This is going to draw the immediate rotate from Paradox over toward this side, who have the Cosmic Divide, have that resurrection, actually no longer as Indy is the first casualty. the showstopper to be brought on through if required, but you've also now got Viper's Pit for McBTS. It's up to Nation to see what he can do here as Delusion's good for one. Nation pokes on out. There's the first one. Knows where clutch he is with the Nebula. It doesn't even matter. Nation doing absolutely what needed for his team. Exempt will bring out the showstopper. It's going to miss its mark. Paradox do have a player advantage. Cosmic Divide utilizable if they want to slow things down, because all of them are in amongst the site right now. Shock darts out from Sicko to draw them and make them vulnerable. Delusion takes the jaw. He loses it ultimately for the Cosmic Divide. Tensei has to push through. Not able to find the frag. It's on a Sicko. Dancing left, right. Is it going to be good night? It is. Sicko holds on for McBTS, and they now take the lead.
Oh my god, that could have went either way there. Paradox were poised to try and retake there. The Cosmic Divide, very nicely played there from Nation. And, well, it's not going to be so. McBTS take that round, and Paradox now, they're forced into this last round by, and it's a little bit disheartening to say the least. A Marshall, Judge, and a bit of light armor here. McBTS might have found their footing into this game.
Yeah, it's definitely not the best purchase that you would like to see for Paradox moving into one crucial round such as this, the last one of the half. Really can dictate big state of affairs because, you know, attacker started buying can always be a fickle thing. And if McBTS do go transition to that defensive side with the lead, find the pistol in the second round, then they may look to run it out from here and maybe follow in line with Watt's prediction earlier on in that interview that we did have from him. But we bring it face in toward this round. Lots of ults to be played for in McBTS's favor. You do have that res for Paradox. Indy has been holding on to that for quite a while, though, if I'm remembering correctly. A minute ago, a little bit of clearing. This big... Oh, actually, everyone here for McBTS is grouped up outside the TP. And Delusion, he's pushed all the way through for Paradox. Now the TP's been hurt. He could cut them off.
He is in a prime position to cut them off, but he's a little bit too far forward through short. Nation going to toss up the Cosmic Divide. It's from the side of Paradox, though. It's two being found there from Nation. Will fall, but that's still huge from him to find those initial kills. Judge up close from Azo, as he's a cheeky little devil. Bounce through that smoke. He goes Sicko. Now again, in a clutch scenario. The res finally coming out from Indy. Paradox have the three-man to the one of Sicko. He finds that initial duel, though. On for the ace to clutch it up here. Azo towards the back of the site, one towards the shower here.
15 seconds.
Goes up by the side of Paradox. 15 seconds on the clock here. Sicko needs to go massive. The dart comes out, but he doesn't have the peeking to come out. Paradox are playing this to a T. The spike goes down. Azo goes front forward. Shock dart comes out, and it's a Judge fadeaway shot from Azo. Paradox even it up to 6-6. And oh my god, these rounds, Dion.
They make it work quite convolutedly in the end. You know, it was really no sense of real prowess in that round from Paradox, right? You saw the big grouping from McBTS outside the teleporter. You saw Delusion push all the way up through towards short. He could have looked to bring it back as soon as he heard the TP, but he went on for a little bit of a waltz. He went for a little bit of a walkabout, and eventually coming on forward back toward the site, it brings it into that 2 versus 1 situation where it just doesn't really work out for Sicko. Found as much damage as possible, but with no time able to get that spike down. Was maybe hoping that they would line up in the end, but the Judge from Azo a little bit too superior. The round's closed out, Tony. We are tied up 6-6. We are over to the new pistol round. There is a lot of stars actually over in toward the shower. I'm just seeing on the radar. Don't know whose they were, but it looks like Paradox want to start things off by going over towards the B site.
Unfortunately, we don't have a way of telling you whose stars they are, though. Paradox, as you said, starting it off towards this B site. Our drone comes out, and they have pinged up Zenkoko. Koro has taken that first initial duel, though. Azo is still a cheeky little devil that he is, finding the entry onto Zenkoko. And, well, Exempt, just on the lurk over at this A site, he's trying to sell it. There's 3 players over here from McBTS, and, well, they could potentially just walk into B for free. Exempt can take the telly, and he can just get on out and set up for the post plan.
Yep, the plant's gonna go down. McBTS, they at least have the opportunity with 4 still alive going into this one. I believe that they'll have heals relatively soon to be brought back up on toward the Viper if required, but they are being gatekept by this Poison Cloud. Drone in from Sicko, spots out 3, maybe all 4 actually. Was just trying to see on my own vision how many were seen, but here we go. Gravity well in. Nation spots it on out, and he's looking for another one. They're not looking at him right now, Tony. The reload will be the death of him. Still, the player disadvantage from McBCS. Time is of the essence as well for them to get on amongst this defuse. Delusion finds Clutchy and finds Cora in the end to close it. So Paradox, they will gain pistol. They will gain lead. You would expect for them to be able to gather the next one as well if we don't see a force up from McBCS.
And maybe they heard us in the pre-game deal. They're a little bit mad about what said, of course, in his post-game interview. McBTS, of course, favored on paper, but Paradox are pulling off all the stops this evening. Azo Nation setting up beautifully for these post-plants. Delusion as well, being a very pivotal player. And you can see why Paradox are at the scoreline 7-6 and looking to do a little bit more. Maybe go 8-6 and threaten a overtake on this first map.
Yeah, I do wonder how much of an upset would it be if Paradox were able to claim this one. Is it too far forward over towards Big BTS? Because I think about it and I probably think, nah. I think this is relatively even between these two teams, although Azo's just gotten away with murder. Tensai and Clutchy not thinking that that would happen there. Now they're looking to break out this wall. Eventually, Indy is going to get the spike over to his teammate's possession. And again, you know, I talk about this one. McBCS, they on paper shouldn't be winning out this round, but any more damage that they'd be able to find would be absolutely awesome. Indy is just holding and making sure they can't gather that Phantom that's on the floor. He himself will probably want to pick it on up after finding that Spectre frag, but Sicko getting in the start. Oh, it's making things interesting. It's making things troublesome for Indy. He's got a fall.
Yeah, gonna fall to safety. I would have thought he'd grabbed that Phantom a little bit earlier. He saw the wall go up before it got shot down. He could have grabbed it. But he gives it up to McBTS though, and they're gonna go for the peeking on in. Not gonna actually use that gun. They're just peeking the pistols right now. Indy looking for it, and he can't quite get it on the reload now. Pistol to come out. Zenkoko to peek, and Zenkoko's gonna take that kill. Tries to find the second onto Exempt, not quite. So Paradox gonna take that round, but still a ton of damage done by McBTS.
Yeah, two frags done in the end there. They will take that. They will get a tiny bit of credits on the back of it as well. But this is where we look toward that little bonus round over for Paradox. They're going to be having that Vandal still in possession as well. A couple of the Spectres, the Stinger actually making its reoccurrence as well. Then you got Indy just down on that Sheriff looking to get any yeehaws out in here. But for all intents and purposes, McBTS, this is their round to try and get things established on their defensive side.
Revealing area.
And BTS, I guess I have to, of course, point out again, Koro filling in for Maple. Not quite the core lineup McBTS so desperately after, of course, though McBTS is a core lineup, I guess, of the old Kango roster, and still, I guess, a little bit of synergy from them. Our drone to come out. Thank Coco. Laying some bullets into Azo. No smoke to cover him for the moment. Another smoke to come up, and Azo gonna walk out of that one scot-free for the moment. Paradox, 2-round lead, but McBTS are on these guns and threatening to do a little bit early on.
Oh, and that's a nice opener for Delusion as well. Clutchy down means that the jig is up in showers. Paradox could gather it if they want to, but they're looking to just go straight out. More the beast site. Actually, I lie. The wall keeping them at bay for right now. The Sheriff revealing itself over at long, and Koro is actually going to be able to find Nation through that one. Zenkoko now answering back, and it does look to be brought back over towards McBTS, who should by all means be able to figure out this round and not drop over to the bonus of Paradox. But with 30 seconds to go and an opportunity over towards A looking to be brought on the stars, that toxic screen can be brought on up. They can get this plant down, and then it will be on to McBTS to see how will they get this retake happening.
Dart goes against the wall. Wall goes up.
Oh, did that cover out the plant?
For that quick plant, it hasn't. It's though going to be Exempt taking that initial duel on the Sicko. A Spike still trying to go down here from Paradox though. BTS are making their fight be known. The wall's going to be shot down completely. Indy though able to stick it and now tuck in the box for the current moment. Heal up though, immediately shot out by Zenkoko. Exempt playing this one far forward. Azo to back him up from U-Wall there, and that's another kill being found by Zenkoko. Koro takes the final kill. And unfortunate there, Paradox, they get the spike down, but they couldn't quite get themselves into the positioning they probably want.
Feels like as well there from Indy that was not the line that he wanted the wall to go down towards. I think it actually covered the plant spot as well. You know, there was no way that he could actually get the plant down where he needed to, so they had to destroy a chunk out of it. And when they did get the plant down, it also, in fact, destroys a chunk of the wall when that happens. So really, we're feeling a little bit of the crumbling happen there in the round for Paradox. But hey, it was the bonus, right? They got the damage known, they got some kills, they got the plant, extra money. Although you look to all those new rounds, and I kind of am wondering in my head for Sicko right now. The Guardian is in possession, but anyways, it is okay. It is a good weapon if you can find some crispy little headshots. McBTS right now, Tony, they're gonna look to try and tie things up.
Yeah, Paradox now feeling a bit sore after that last round. Shock Dart does some nice damage on the Delusion. Very aptly timed from Sicko. The smoke will dissipate. A lot of stars have been tossed towards that shower side, as we've seen, and well, the side of Paradox maybe taking a ton of room early on is what they're about. Sicko going to send the Aldrone through the teleporter, but for the moment, it's very, very slowed down compared to the chaotic pace of that last one.
Well, there's first open up in this one as well. Azo on towards Zen Coco. Means that there's no more smokes available for McBTS unless you do count Viper as being a technical smoke agent. You kind of can in this one with the Viper's wall. And they will go up right now for the side of Paradox. The toxic screen and the poison cloud. And now they are looking to try and get the plant down. It's again Indy falling with the spike in possession, not able to get the plant through. The Hunter's Fury is going to be denied. There you do have it. Koro will find Delusion. And as the trade's looking to still come into play, Azo's going to... Okay, no, he's not. He's not going to bring out the pit. Sicko's going to find him at the end. A party, a showcase for McBTS. Lots of ultimates. Actually, wasted in this round, if you think about it. Nothing really found anything.
Yeah, the pit and the Fury used by the side of Paradox and not quite able to land their marks. BCS tied up 8-8, and this is going to be Paradox feeling the pressure now. Of course, the money dwindled from their side, and McBTS, it appears they needed a little bit of warm-up into this one. 8-8, though, still an impressive scoreline. Paradox are going to force a few guns into it. Guardian out for Nation. Sheriff here for Azo. Spectre for Exempts. Though it's two ultimates available, McBTS are feeling confident.
Well, they're going to have to go in with confidence right now as well. You know, 8-8 scoreline over on the favored side of the map of Bind, that defensive side. Of course, there are sometimes teams that absolutely love the attacker's side as well because they can steer the momentum and the pace of play. With all the showers activations starting to go on down, lots of these stars, lots of shock darts and server utility. You've got the Viper and the Raze utility coming in amongst the hookah area right now. It's a minute 20 on the clock, very early stages and breathable situation for both sides. You've got a bit of a tag to come out onto Delusion. Sicko will be his charge to get some momentum known in amongst the showers. However, Azo stuck here, uses his utility not to find any advance in toward the site. He maybe have looked to fall back, but he is actually going to advance to the site. Azo, what are you looking to do here, my friend?
He's being a cheeky little devil. He's tossed up the wall, he's tossed up the poison. He's through towards the spawn side of things, though. Clutchy catches him on his merit. He knows Azo likes to get aggressive. Gravity well to come out here. Zen Coco still able to find that quick kill. Indy's found two on the Sheriff. Now onto the Phantom. Has the res available. Will pick up Delusion. Is vulnerable though. Koro and Clutchy decide to press on after the res comes out. Wall to get Indy to safety, but this is just buying time for Nation to rotate over towards this B side.
I really wonder for Indy there. It feels like maybe the headspace is a little bit, you know, broken a little bit for the side of Paradox, specifically around Indy. Tenso's going to be able to find Nation. We got 15 seconds here. We'll analyze it a little bit afterwards in the round. But Indy, I mean, he's nowhere to be seen anyways. I kind of feel like it was, you know, I'm never one to criticize the players or anything like that because at the end of the day, you know, the caster that I am and everything. But the heals were available for Indy. Could have looked to slow it down a little bit, get the self-heal, use the wall, and then get the res, not res, heal, then wall. Feels like it was a little bit of the wrong affair there, and big BTS just capitalized on that. It was the freest frag in the round on towards Delusion when he was res.
Maybe feeling the pressure here, of course, playing in the closed qualifiers against a revered team, I guess, on paper, like McBTS. Very storied names on this roster. Zen Coco been around the scene for quite a while now. And, of course, we're going to be seeing a tactical pause here from the side of Paradox because they're going to have to regather themselves after a string of rounds goes the way of McBTS.
Yeah, 3 in a row so far. all the rifle rounds, of course. They dropped the pistol and the second one, and they won out the bonus and 2 more from then on out. So, as the pause is underway right now, they will look to just console their thoughts. You've got Tensai 1 away from the Resurrection, Sicko 2 from the Hunter's Fury. On that flip side, Showstopper and Cosmic Divide close for Paradox. Maybe they want to try and push themselves to get the orb, to get Nation on that Cosmic Divide, you know, get away in toward one of these sites, get that spike plant down, and then play a little bit of the retake. They've got the Snakebite lineups, they've got the Shock Dart lineups that they can rely upon as well. So there's definitely a lot of stuff. Even the Gravity Well to pull off the spike. Paradox have a lot of utility that they can hold on towards and use for better rewarding a little bit later on. But opening here, Tony, Viper's pit down for Cora.
Yeah, taking a very far forward stance on this A short side. You can see it spill very deep into the back of short. Paradox, they see that ult, they'll raise it, they'll go over towards the other side of things. Clutchy up on top of this wall could be crucial, though. Here's the Aldrone, decides to fall back, play for the numbers. Tensai tosses the slow orb and actually lands very nicely timed onto the 2 members in hookah here for Paradox, as they now try and set up this B hold here. And, well, for the side of Paradox, it's going to have to be a quick and clean cut. Tensai is going to be flushed out. He's going to get the heal and reposition. McBTS still have the members and the numbers to hold this down.
40 seconds though, and that's where Paradox are going to get straight in toward this site. You're going to see the immediate rotation from BCS a little bit later on, but Tensai down for the count in the Nebula. Clutchy are going to get something situated as well. He will peek out, gets shut down by Delusion, who pulls himself off the spike. Paradox looking to mount out their hold now on the side. Exempt good for 1, and Nation, and now it is all down to Sicko. Stuck and known at the defender side. Spawn, does he just choose to save this weapon into the next round and go again with his squad? It's not looking hot in Team McBTS right now, and their camp has been burnt to a crisp. Paradox, everybody just ravaged in that round.
Yeah, Paradox playing a different genre of music there on that beat sake. You can see very nicely timed, able to capitalize off of the forced out position there from Tensai, and then decide to send it in there. Even finding Clutchy towards that elbow, a very crucial kill to find. And we look at the scoreboard here. Azo, in his debut in this close qual, very, very nicely played from him. 20 and 12 overall. And we're looking again at an even scoreline. Dion and McBTS, now the pressure's onto them in this round.
Pressure certainly is onto this one. They really need to find more on this defensive side if they want to try and claim victory. You see that they've got a couple of players with this little lackluster weaponry in the round. Specifically this Spectre for Zenkoko, very close, going to get in amongst his own Nebula. If he goes Astral Form, his feet would not be seen, but he's actually rewarded in finding the first one. And now, as Paradox look to get in toward the side as well with this Cosmic Divide, the flank has been seen, it's been known, but Clutchy still wonders how he found that frag. 140 to the face. As the operator gets the job done, McBTS player advantage can turn 2 if they get out of Resurrection.
Now the Cosmic Divide goes down. Paradox set up in close plant positions, but a little bit further forward than they'd like. Nation down to 7 points of HP. Stars come out looking for the Gravity Well and potentially a concussion here. Koro is going to dump the Snake Spite in. Doesn't land on a Nation. He's pushed out of the line there. He's found the first on the Clutchy. Traded out by McBTS and lined up like that. Koro Tensai pounce on the opportunity to take double digits now for McBTS. But that was a valiant effort, I have to say, from Paradox.
I just love that vertical wall to come through from Tensai as well, to elevate himself over on top of that and can get up onto the little pocket box as well. Really just have a good little line of sight that's an off angle that Paradox are not expecting at that point. But it got a little bit concussive in amongst that A site, you know, everybody trying to just find out exactly where everything is rolling on through. And at the end, BCS, they do find the frags necessary and they can get on amongst that defuse in the end. Paradox, though, you know, trying to find out their way into all the site. They got in. I just kind of feel like, you know, maybe they let Zenkoko get away with murder for 1 there. You know, he was kind of hiding in his own little smoke. It's something that the Paradox have to be more cautious about moving forward now.
Revealing area.
Yeah, they tread a little bit more, less loudly, quietly, one would say. Paradox, though it's still Azo looking for this initial pick. Of course, he's been playing Lurk for Paradox in these last few rounds, and to his own credit, he's been catching a few plays off McBTS off guard. Though for the moment, very default and still trying to feel each other out in this round.
Yeah, well, it's just going to be the slow progression in this one for Paradox. Yeah, they don't need to do anything too untoward. They don't need to trip up over their own feet. They're going to lean over towards this B site right now, where we're going to see Clutchy look to disappear and rotate back over towards A. Couple of pings on the radar that I can assume would be from the side of Paradox as they do look to set up their affairs over to this site. Our drone's going to be going on in. It's going to be destroyed by Koro and Clutchy shooting out a couple of boards. So that's info to Paradox as the Hunter's Fury does find Koro in the end. The rocket out from Clutchy. He's going to get the boom board down to 25. Heals can come over towards his body if required eventually. As you do see the 10 site is in amongst the site, but the TP pulled. We move over towards A very rapidly, and this could get very strugglesome for McBTS right now.
Oh, Zenkoku's in a very nicely corner there. Finds the first, can't quite line up on the second. Yeah, timing is good for the side of McBTS, but the spike plant will go down. Clutchy. Now the rest of McBTS need to retake there. Very nicely kill on top of that box from Exempt.
Oh, Nation.
Smoke comes out, and Nation's able to find the timing. He's able to find two like that. 10 size, Sicko, Fall, Koro now left to do it all. Finds the lineup. He knows where Nation plays, but now he's given his position to Exempt and Indy, who can play this crossfire so beautiful. Indy a little bit rusty on the first few, but finds the last few in the end. 10-10. Even back up by Paradox. This is a game of tug and war, Dion.
Only one in that one for Indy, but it is the one that was required, right? In a 2 versus 1 situation, you would hate to see Exempt fall there and lead it all onto Indy if there was no crossfire available. Nation's situational play there at the bench. You know, he brought out his utility at that point, but he was still able to find the 2 kills as well to really add insult over to the side of McBTS, who now have been punished a little bit more so than hoped to be seen. They're going to be on a little bit of this eco, a little bit of this little, the funny buy with the Spectres and the Sheriffs and the Stinger, I think I saw there as well. So it's not the greatest weaponry by all means, but they're still going in with this plan, and look at it already. They've already gone through towards short. Will Delusion cut them off? He's hoping to do so. There's one. There is the second, maybe. Sicko. Attempting fate, holding the line. Clutchy finds one, gets traded, and Sicko, he's actually rewarded too. So damage is being seen by McBTS in this round.
And this is all on eco, as you said. Paradox now feeling a bit unfavorable. 10 side goes over the wall, tries to get it. It only gets the dink though. Very unfortunate. A valiant effort though from 10 side. Delusion finding Koro in the corner. Sicko now on a flank of his own. Stinger not quite favorable at a long range like that, as Paradox stroll themselves up onto B. Could be finding Nation unaware though.
Any more damage right now from Sicko would be absolutely welcome. He's actually found the right line on toward the lowest player in the round, in the server. Azo down, a gun now retrieves. Sicko 60 HP. This is still even workable for him right now. It's not a direct crossfire from Paradox, but they're both known in their locations, and Nation will be able to get the spray on towards Sicko at the end. But you look at this one right now, Tony, man. 3 kills in that one from McBTS on that struggled purchase. If the Paradox side had a little bit lesser money here, could have seen it really steer them the wrong way, but at least they were able to manage that one out. So Paradox, they have lead. They are looking for round number 12 to at least find map point.
And map point gets very, very close for both these sides. Paradox able to inch their way back into this one after a bit of a resurgent McBTS as the half swapped. The stakes are ever so high. Their dart comes out, Delusion pings. Sicko, though, he's going to retrieve the ultimate orb. Now has Hunter's Fury available for McBTS in a post-plant or potentially an early scenario to find a kill here against Paradox, because they've been dictating the pace in these last few rounds.
Yeah, the back and forth nature approach that we see time and time again, but Paradox, they might have just gotten in front at the required time to try and claim victory. The Owl Drone has seen a bunch of info, or rather, I say a bunch of info, only one player over towards the fountain. Would kind of like to see a winter update in this map with some snow, with some you know, frozen water over that fountain. If Riot's listening in, that'd be quite cool. But anyways, over towards this B side here, Tony. 45 seconds. Oh, and Koro, he's gonna have to fall.
He's lucky to get away with that. Doesn't get head tapped, doesn't lose his dome. Paradox now again back towards his B side. Astral Divide comes out, and rightfully so, they get the initial kill and straight on in. Tensai, no, a very nice wall over the top and a very nice pick. Viper's Pit dropped here. Paradox now need to answer the Hunter's Fury coming out from Sicko. Tries to spread it thin across this Paradox side. Only does a bit of damage. Tensai DK'd. And this is very, very close. Spike finally down for Paradox, but here come McBeats.
Okay,
Clutchy blast packs there, very nicely found by Azo to start it off. Gravity well. Azo very, very close. Finds the second through that smoke. Sicko taken two. Left to now the two members of McBeats. It's Tensai and it's Sicko. And Azo, this is a very brave push from him.
Yeah, and it's a big round from Azo as well, getting down that pit at the required time, finding a bunch of frags in it. Nation's able to find Zenkoko, and now it's all down to Tensai, who had been flanked right now. He got revealed by the dart a little bit earlier in that Viper's pit, and Azo, he has gone massive in that round for his squad. Paradox, they find map point. You hear the announcer, they call it match point. We know this is BO3. We have the safety of one more map to be played today, folks. Maybe two, if McBTS can throw it there, as well as Paradox, because we still could see overtime here. That is still a very real possibility, though. Paradox, they've got 3 in a row, looking to find their 4th one. They are hungry for this next round.
And again, I give my props to Aza. This Viper play has been sensational. We saw the pit deny McBTS the opportunity to try and retake that site. Blast pack early on from Exempt, not going to quite find anything with that showstopper. That's ultimate now burned, and McBTS finding an early pick. They're going to use the Viper's pit to approach a little bit more fiercely, one would say. As now it's Paradox left with a member disadvantage, and Clutchy's all the way through short.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what opportunities McBTS are going to find here. That's actually the worst player that Paradox could have lost in this round. That's the Spike now in the caves. And as Sicko finds one, he will be shut down. It's all down to Azo. 1 versus 4. Lots of angles to consider, as Clutchy is being very audible. He will get shut down in this nebula, or it will be seen decapitated. Okay, Azo, things are getting scary right now, Tony. 1 versus 2, 40 seconds. Both players in the cave for McBTS. An upgrade for Tensai on the floor. Oh, and he's going to see him as well. The Spectre will get the job done. McBTS, they hang on. But I had to feel for Azo there, man. If he turned around, that could have gone Paradox's way.
Yeah, very down to the wire again, and as you can see in the scoreboard here for the side of McBTS, a crucial push there from Clutchy gave McBTS, I guess, the positioning to take those early engagements and take those fights, and Spike dropped out in the open, and very unfortunate there from Paradox. We're now to our last round of potentially in this game. Do we see an overtime, or do we see Paradox inch it out? Only time will tell, as defaults being established for the moment. Early slow orb catches Koro, and a double stack in U-Haul here for the side of McBTS.
That's where it all comes down to, though, isn't it? This is the last round of regulation. Paradox want to find it to not kind of falter. You would hate to see McBTS win out in overtime with Paradox being so close to victory here. Indy's going to be seen by the Boombot. That's some information for McBTS right now, who do have that showstopper in Clutchy's possession. And in Hookah, they are looking to make it a stronghold, although they do look to fall back a little bit. A minute on the clock. Azo pushed up. Delusion holding down the showers. Eventually, this nebula will fade, and Zenkoko might be able to see the gun barrel of Azo creeping into the corner. This stair battle. Who's going to find it? Oh, no, Zen.
Azo. That's a catastrophic whiff there from Zenkoko. Azo's able to get away with it. Snake Bite comes out now to the U-Haul, and this is where Paradox now start to amp the pressure up. There's still a player in sight. Sicko behind the green boxes, though. Indy has the wall to cover. The Hunter's Fury now being pulled by Delusion. He starts to put damage. Can't quite sink it between the eyes. Clutchy goes over the top, tries to
he fell!
Stopper. Then he falls to his death. Exempt will take him out. Azo's in such a sick spot towards the back of the site. Able to find the first. Exempt now to get the second here. Does Sicko have it in him? 1v3, the Nebula goes up. Indy towards the front of the site, 2 towards
the reload,
shot. Here's the shots come out. He hears the reload. Now Sicko try and dance around this spike. He's dancing with the devil, and it's on his shoulders right now. Gravity Well comes out. Nice shot to come out from Sicko, but Paradox still have 2 members on short for this post plant that accept. Now blast back across. Sicko finds that kill, but he doesn't quite have the time. He doesn't. Paradox have won this by the skin of their teeth. Nation to close it out, and it's Paradox with the upset in this first map.
He certainly made it, you know, a fight for the money at the end there in that one. The 1 versus 3 attempt gets 2, gets the final one, but having a reload, you know, all that utility going down as well, it's always a strugglesome affair in a situation like that. I gotta say though, Tony, we were expecting this one, or I was expecting this one to be close. You know, I put my prediction on it 2-1 over towards McBTS, and that first map to start us on off, it goes the full distance of regulation, 13-11, no overtime. Paradox, they put down something big for their side in that one.
Yeah, that's now, I guess, 2-15 on their bind record, and they can now gracefully say that they're a little bit better off on bind. And I have to say, coming in, I did not expect such a sick play to come out from the Viper of Azo there. Von T has really been doing his stuff behind the scenes and really coaching this team to new heights and new levels against this McBTS side. Of course, I give props, though, to McBTS that came out of the gate swinging. You saw a crucial few rounds go their way, but in the end, it was Paradox able to squeak it out there, and very nicely played from them overall.
Yep, they do narrowly take a bit of a victory in that one, which means that they are now 1-0 in this series. Of course, guys, we are guaranteed another map around the corner, so make sure you stay tuned to see who is going to gain their qualification spot. Stay tuned.
I just time traveled. Today's a big day for past me. He just got the latest Vodafone broadband with super Wi-Fi. Wow. Which finally means Wi-Fi in all 4 corners of the house.
What? Even there? I've got Wi-Fi in the garage.
Yeah, we do. See ya.
Oh, it's still in the garage.
Yeah.
Super Wi-Fi. Wall-to-wall Wi-Fi guaranteed.
afternoon and welcome back, everybody. Wherever you are in the world, is it morning? Is it night? Let us know. We are looking at a potential little upset coming on forward in toward this one. Of course, I am Komodo. This is 2Tap Tony. And for any OCE players out there that want to play competitive Valorant and they can't wait for Stage 3, make sure you sign up for the Autumn Valorant Cup with LPL, a $5,750 prize pool for 4 different divisions. No matter if you're, completely in the competitive scene of Valorant or you just want to play with your friends, make sure that you do sign up to that one to make sure that your skills are keeping up as well. For more info, guys, make sure you head to the LPL website, Season 2 2021 on that one. And now, as we look to move on forward, Tony, as I've mentioned at Paradox, they inch out in front of McBTS.
Yeah, it was a very back and forth affair for so many of those rounds. We saw the half go 6-6, and well, it spilled into the favor of Paradox. Then McBTS were able to answer back. It went 10-10, it went 11-10, and that's when Paradox really started to find their footing in it. You saw the game go so close. McBTS squeeze away another round there, goes all the way to the distance of 13-11. But well, I'm very shocked after that first result. Of course, I believe Watt as well, we had the pleasure of interviewing just before. He would be very shocked, as would be everyone here after a result like that, Dion.
Yeah, of course. I got a bit of big props up towards Azo on that one, coming on in, opting on toward the Viper. It's one of those kits that usually you don't see a lot of frags be able to be found. It's almost that directive play that you try and, steer the direction of your opponents in towards the helping hands of your teammates and everything properly on those lines. But I got to say, yeah, Azo putting up a lot of numbers and a lot of impact in towards that one. And I do wonder, are we going to see this sort of same agent pool come over into the next map? Because if my memory does serve me, we are going over towards Haven next. And if McBTS are able to pick this one up, we will be entering up on Split. And actually, sorry, we do go over to Icebox. My mistake on that one. I would have been interested if we had Haven. I know Clutchy on Haven is always a bit of a fickle thing, but Icebox, actually, I really welcome this one out. I talked about it a little bit earlier, Tony, that I wanted to see it. My brain forgot about it, and that's how heated it was over on Bind.
Icebox, and this is Paradox's map pick, not very expected of them. It appears they've done a little bit more behind the scenes than we would have thought. I believe Icebox a very uncontested map here by the side of Paradox. 0-5, a 0% win rate, of course, on this map, and it's interesting to see them pick it. Maybe Von T behind the scenes is make some magic happen. We saw it in that last game, of course. Paradox were able to inch it out, and now we look over towards this new map here. Icebox and McBTS, after getting their first map stolen away, they're going to come back to this one with vengeance.
Oh, it really tickles my fancy what we're going to see, and here we do have it. So the rain is going to be coming out from Nation exempt at... Wait, hang on. Hold the phone. We have 3 duelists for Paradox right now. Oh, I don't know the last time I've seen 3 duelists in a competitive game.
It's an interesting composition here, and I have to say Nation now in the arena. Attack side, though, favors Paradox with these duelists, and for the side of McBTS, they've got the Viper, they've got the Killjoy here for the setup, if necessary. Zenkoko now clutching back to the Jets. Always good to see him on a comfort pick. Paradox, though, starting with this A-hold, A-take already to come in. 1-for-1 immediately, though. Clutchy trying to fight this maze position. He's being taken by Belt, taken a bit low as well. McBTS stabilized for the moment, but Paradox are still knocking at the door.
Clutchy still has shields in this part as well. He's really just taken down the barrel. He's had so many faces in the server on his screen. Now, finally, he's looking for another one. He will be able to find it onto Indy. Paradox, they have managed to find 1 frag, but now they are looking to just steer things back over toward the B site. If they want to go back towards A, of course they can. Toxic screen is going to be pulled up here from McBTS. The Paradox, yeah. This pistol has gone a little bit awkward for them right now. But they slowed down, 35.
Paradox. Interesting to see, and we didn't get to touch on it because that pistol started off explosively. Nation on the Raider, normally known for a different style of play. And, we spoke about his Killjoy. We spoke about his other agents that, of course, he likes to pick in the pregame. But now they're starting to still go towards this A site. 15 seconds now on the clock. McBTS, though, it's still clutchy in this site with this Sheriff doing bits, to say the least. Screen position now being forward pushed here by Sicko. Right click to the feet of Exempt. A weird way to close it, but BTS are going to take that pistol off of Paradox.
Yeah, they gather it in the end. It wasn't too convincing, however. 2 players alive, though. They'll take that. Clutchy, I still don't really know how he was still able to survive. It looks like everybody on Paradox saw him at one point in the round, but hey, he was alive. BTS, they enter in the round, and I think one of the biggest things for them in this map, right, is probably to win it convincingly, right? It's to win it with a big scoreline difference to go over towards Split, feeling a little bit better, because I dare say that they would not expecting that scoreline over on the first map of Bind.
Yeah, very upset and coming into this one with a vengeance, we'd have to say. Cora up close with the judge. Marshall coming out from Clutchy. Trying to get some early shots here. Sheriff from Sicko up towards the top of A. For the moment, Paradox playing this one a little bit scattered there. Nation able to capitalize on the timing, catching Clutchy off guard. Looking for another towards Sicko. On top of it, is able to find it. Nation ripping heads left and right to start it off. Wall goes up. And McBTS are now in a bit of a rough spot. They do able to stabilize though. Judge from Koro's good. Close range and spike dropped here by Paradox.
Yeah, the spike will go down. 3 versus 3 situation. Just seeing what damage Paradox can do from here on out of the back of this barrier wall as well. Zenkoko just fade. He might have 2 players staring at him, but he's able to see farewell to 1. The flank out from Koro now to find Nation, and it's all going to be down to Delusion with 58 points of HP and shooting out a right click. Don't know if that was intentional. Bait out the boys, see if he can get a closing frag here. Not going to be the case, however, as with BTS. They'll find the second, but now we look to transition in toward the bonus. Will this be the time for Paradox to get on the scoreboard?
We saw it from McBTS in that last game. It was Paradox taking pistol, then McBTS started off with a pretty convincing lead, then Paradox were able to inch it back slowly, bit by bit, and well, it's going to be bonus here from the side of McBTS, though they have a Vandal on the hands of Sicko. 1 away from the knives for Clutchy, and very close to the ultimates here from the side of Paradox, though. Nation 1 away from the Empress, and 3 away from the showstopper here. Paradox probably looking to take these fights and get some ults available for themselves.
Oof. Big amount of damage already onto Azo. Something we haven't actually touched upon as well as he goes from Viper to Sage. So you'll be still on that a little assistive line, but Clutchy, he's not looking to be assistive whatsoever. He's looking to be damaging, dashing on through, missing out a blade. Will want some HP back towards his body if possible as well. Azo going to get revealed on out, but no one can quite capitalize on that in the meanwhile. Illusion has pushed himself up through towards this tube. No Sage Wall has gone down there to start on off is something that you tend to see over on Icebox, but for naught right now, McBTS, they will start off with the opening frag by Clutchy.
A very nicely lined up knife there. Leaves a bit of a sour taste here in Paradox's mouth for the moment. You can see a push starting to come into fruition here from McBTS. And Coco going far forward for that gun. He's going to pay for it with his life. Delusion able to take that kill, though quickly answered by Koro. Paradox, though, set the pace over towards this B site. Smoke's available for the Jet if necessary, but they decide to fake it. They're going towards A here, Dion.
Yeah, Azo's already through. He can get the barrier wall going up towards screens, or he could push forward if he required. So he can get a lot of things happening right now. But Exempt, he has fallen by the wayside, and now Azo falls as well. And things are just crumbling for Paradox. This is a bonus round for McBTS. Remember right now, Tony, it would be expected that Paradox to be able to find this one, but they're not going to be able to do so. It would seem right now Indy finds Clutchy with the misstep of the blades. Sicko will get the trade in the end. So McBTS, they shut down the little bonus there of themselves, or rather they gather the bonus of themselves. They shut down Paradox's first purchase, and I guess this is what I was kind of expecting going into it, right?
Yeah, it's definitely interesting to see the triple duelist coming out here from Paradox, and no really set smoker here, no Brim, no Viper, no Astra in play here for Paradox. We saw the Astra from them, of course, in a different tournament. I believe it's the ESL. And, well, it's interesting to see no Viper either. We saw Azo go off a treat on that agent in the last map. And maybe Paradox are overthinking it a little bit to start this one off.
Yeah, well, potentially so. They've gone in with 3 duelists, so they've gone in with some sort of plan on this map. Maybe the Icebox pick, you know, not the expected outcome. But they will, of course, see what they're going to be able to do. A 1-on-1 trade out. Still favoring McBTS right now. Shots on through. Sicko not tickled by that Marshall. And now Clutchy will not find Exam. Thought he'd be able to find that one quite easily. But McBTS, I mean, if they drop only one player here, they'll be quite happy with this one. They know that they've got the rifles around the corner from Paradox once more. So this is where... I guess on this sort of duelist play from Paradox, right? We see a lot of rounds with haste come out for them, hopefully.
I have the spike.
Yeah, hopefully we see a little bit more of a pace picked up here by Paradox's. Well, Exempt has found a kill towards the front of A, will be retrieving a Vandal and the spike for himself, but he's still got 3 players of McBTS to deal with. 30 seconds now on the clock. Tensai spotted out towards the screen side and a bit overzealous on the plant here, though. Clutchy able to find it. The shots coming in from the back of Zenkoko as well, and McBTS starting off Icebox. We expected them to give us this scoreline on Bind, but Icebox, I guess, a place to take it against Paradox.
Well, there was nice amounts of damage delivered from a Paradox in that round, but McBTS do pick it up in the end, and they do prop themselves up high on a pedestal in this round, it would seem. 2 operators to be brought on forwards. Clutchy expected, but not so from Tensai. So I'm going to be interested to see what he's going to be able to do. Currently posted up over on Boiler. See if he'll get hot under the collar or not. Huge reveal on the back of that recon dart. However, for now, as Paradox, they do look to align themselves in toward this A side. Bit of an elevation state for Indy as the showstopper gets brought on through Exams. Is he going to find anything? No. That's relatively unfortunate.
Oh my, chaotic fights going left and right, and unfortunate, as you said. Though the Sages trade 1 for 1. As, well, McBTS now have to deal with a Paradox spike plant. Initially, Indy in a very nice spot underneath the heaven line, under towards the rafters. Delusion looking for Clutchy, but Clutchy's 1 step ahead of him, and he's up top, takes a shot from the belt, dashes away to safety. McBTS have the positioning, they have the players to try and retake there. Zenkoko finding 2 immediately on that flank line. Nation though has popped the Empress, has got a dismiss! Empress, no way, Nation! That's absolutely sick!
Yeah, that's relatively unfortunate for Tensai there as well with the operator. You know, any other weapon and he probably finds Nation on the equip time of that Vandal. Though, to be bringing out the pistol in a situation like that, that's why you tend to not see 2 operators be brought into a retake, right? Makes things very, very difficult, but very well placed from Paradox to at least align with 1 on the scoreboard. They will steal away one of these operators as Indy will pick it on up. Azo, Delusion on the lighter shields, but they've gotten a taste now, Tony, of a round on the boards, and Coco is going to immediately pop out the Viper's Pit here, try to make sure that McBTS, you know, have something started in the round and push Paradox over towards B.
Yeah, Viper's Pit denying. You can even see the front of A, it spills out towards Clutchy. He's very aggressive, I have to say, on this Jet op play, and peeking towards middle, and, well, a player like Clutchy, known to be plagued with inconsistency, of course, we spoke about in the pregame, but hasn't been quite so. Clutchy's been quite steady, to say the least, in this series so far. McBTS find that initial pick onto the Sage, and that leaves Paradox a little bit cautious here. They were opting to go towards B, but they're still outside of A for the moment.
This peeking from Zenkoko as well, he can prod in and out of his own smoke. He's gotten a bit of info on towards Exempt right now. If that operator had any little extra line of sight on toward over the belt, maybe we would have seen Indy be dispatched off at Zenkoko. We'll look to start to fall back. There's the opening, the operator frag from Clutch here. It will be traded on through, and as the spike is going to be recovered, McBTS can elect to use their res if they want.
30 seconds left.
But this is the expected play from Paradox too. With that Viper's Pit down at A, they don't really want too much sort of investigation over here, but actually, as I said, that Exempt, he might be able to find something. Nope, he's going to get out of there.
Oh, very, very sketchy scenario to be in. Indy has popped the knives, and Paradox are over towards B, though. Clutchy still in this mid-line, knives straight to the dome. Another from Indy.
Spike, though.
Immediately answered, though. The spike is dropped. McBTS continue the streak of good form on this defense side of Icebox, and I have to say, I give props to Clutchy and Sicko. They've been playing this game pretty well. Zenkoko as well, you saw take those initial fights and take that initial positioning towards the front side of A and really stop Paradox from doing anything.
Yeah, Paradox not really allowed an inch in this game so far. It would seem they've been given their own rope in a couple of these rounds as well and kind of tumbled over. So we will witness what they can do on this little eco purchase. We've seen 3 frags before on a situation like this, but anything more for them hopefully would instill a bit of confidence. McBTS though, you would expect them to be very confident moving forward. 5 rounds already unanswered. Holy Tensai, that's 3. He is cooking with absolute spice right now in this round. We didn't see too much from him in the beginning rounds, but that one, okay. Welcome to the server, Benny.
Tensai is here front and forward and ready for duty. McBTS, you know, they gave him a little bit of a pep talk maybe between maps. Tensai now on top of the board with Clutchy. And again, we didn't speak much about Tensai in that last game. He had a bit of a, I guess, a shocker to say the least, especially against Paradox, though they played that map to a T. Tensai, though, one of those sharp players we've seen come over from Counter-Strike recently as well. I believe departing ways from that old Vertex roster. And now trying to make a name in a new game here, and McBTS are making a name for themselves in this second map.
Certainly are trying to, that is for sure. They want to forget about Bind, forget about the outcome of that one, because they probably go into this match thinking that they are the more superior team and that they should be right, and so finding a proper 2-0, but they're not gonna see that happen. We already have seen Paradox play map number 1, and now Paradox, they have to try and bring themselves back on this offensive side. They trail by 5. They've had 1 that was a close one as well. Koro now elevates himself, puts out. He's gonna fall back. Indy is dead to rights. And with the lockdown going as well for McBTS, they are trying to keep Paradox out of the site, who are able to finally get a kill on the board for this round and also escape the detain.
They're very nicely done there by Paradox. Heal not available yet for A-Zone, so Exempt's gonna have to be limping for the moment. Turret spotted by Nation. He can hear it too. He knows the position of it. His Paradox have done a little bit of their homework. Now Tensai and Zenkoko have to hold down this A site initially. The res comes out for Indy, but Azo is going to pay for it with his life, though. Indy needs to answer for the sins of his teammate Zenkoko, lining up for 2, and Sicko. Zenkoko, though, front forward, finding another. Now left to Delusion. Not really much he can do against the ironclad defense of McBTS. That's 7 now on the board, and they've already starting to take and run away with this half.
Yeah, it really does feel like without any smokes on the side of Paradox, they're not able to obscure any of the vision over on MidBTS. They've only got 1 range of smokes as well, flashes, sorry, 2 leers to come out from Nation. Apart from that, everything is just relatively dry and almost one-dimensional from them. But BTS, they don't really have to adjust anything, right? They can just post up on their lines, find their frags that they need to, use their utility to keep Paradox at bay and to tickle their HP down to 0. So really, you're looking at this one, and McBTS, they should just be really finding everything where necessary, and they are, right? They are looking to just send Paradox into oblivion.
And we don't want to see side of Paradox really go down that spiral just yet. We saw from them they were able to answer for everything that McBTS were throwing at them in that last map, but this appears to be a different story. McBTS have a pretty comfortable lineup. Of course, Paradox going with the triple doors and hasn't quite paid off for them yet. Of course, coming into attack side like Icebox, you'd almost favor the doors to take the initial fights, but McBTS have been there every step of the way.
Really just looking to see what they're going to be able to finish off on this one on this half. Then Coco's going to be able to open up onto Delusion before he does get traded on out. Then it's just back to the sort of slow and methodical clearing for Paradox if they can. Clutch is going to be seen. Post up on the line. It's just really kind of slow paced in this one, right? You're not expecting anything too dastardly to come out from Paradox, and if they do, well, we will absolutely welcome it.
Dart goes for the incel. Time ticking slowly almost to a stop, it would seem, in this round. You can sense the pressure that McBTS have put on Paradox to find these kills and find these rounds there. The outro, not going to spot Azo. He keeps his composure. He's got Spike though, and they're going front and forward into Cora's crosshair. He's only able to line up 1. Has done some good damage though onto a second player. Tensai has been ever prevalent with his frenzy towards the screen side. Phantom actually, Nation able to trade it though. Looking for the plant now. Clutchy has pulled the knives. Tensai quite low, and Paradox, all things considered, might be looking at around here.
One enemy remaining.
Potentially so. Nation is able to find Tensai. Clutchy there with these blades, and he misses out the right click. Nation, he's had what? 2 clutches for 2 rounds. It is Nation and Co for Paradox right now.
Yeah, we didn't see much from Nation. It was really Azo lighting up the scoreboard for Paradox in that last map, but now we welcome Nation into the server. 10 and 7. Empress on his board as well. For the side of McBTS, they still have money to work with in these subsequent rounds. Paradox are going to need to string together these last few themselves.
Well, if they can get up to 5, that would be very welcome on the exchange of the halves as well, though. I am kind of just thinking they don't have the smokes and everything, right? So, might just be very difficult for them. Kind of makes me think of Split. What are we going to be seeing if it does come out? Because, of course, there is still a world in which Paradox will be able to bring this one back. Tensai going to be posted back up on the operator. Lear will not get him for now, as he will dispatch of Azo. The wall at least goes down. Clutch will find one on the op as well, and things are just going, very forward for McBTS in this one. The reveal onto Delusion is going to almost just force him into the crosshairs of Tensai, where Koro now finds exempt. There's no feeling of pressure on this round for McBTS.
No, they've even got the flank here, Clutchy towards spawn side. Nation does rip his head off. Able to clear a path potentially over towards A now for Paradox. As McBTS have put all their eggs on this B basket, they're going to have to rotate out themselves. Nation and Delusion now 2v4. Smoke orb goes up and Tensai's already there to answer. Operator posted towards the screen side. As Paradox now try and cross on in. 30 seconds on the clock. Tensai lands the first shot. Nation now needs to answer again. It's a clutch scenario for him yet. And, well, I don't think he has it in him this time, Dion. Cora's going to find him from the back line. 8 to McBTS. A very strong half from them on this defense side of Icebox.
Yeah, if they make it 10 as well, that's just going to be a slap in the face over towards Paradox, especially on their own map pick too, right? They are able to go and take away McBTS's map pick of buying 13 to 11 and then going over to their own. You would expect that they would be more comfortable in this, but it just doesn't give me the feeling of that right now. I kind of do wonder, you talk about the preparations that they go into this and being able to talk with their coach and everything. Their full strategy of this agent lineup is a very interesting fact. Is there the case of it was a misclick in the pre-lobby and they just didn't change it? I don't know. Probably not, because they would have been able to just go to the admin team and say, hey, we mispicked. Can we just restart? I am just wondering, what is the planning for this 3 duelist lineup for them?
Maybe frag hard, put numbers up, and take the fight to McBTS. They haven't quite seemed to do so far. Clutchy. No, it's Sicko actually taking Delusion. That's the numbers we want to see now from Paradoxes. They take 2 immediately on the A site entry. Zenkoko, Tensai, and of course, the Sage to retake here. Zenkoko drops off the rafters now into the site. Paradox have pretty comfortable post-plant scenarios. Koro with the res. Delusion trying to line up the shots. You can't quite find him on the Tensai. It's so unfortunate. Zenkoko to find 3. Azo and Indy now to try and hold this plant down themselves. Azo with the res on to exempt, and the lineup comes in. It's the last player standing, this time by McBTS. And, well, Paradox might have stolen away this round just off of positioning alone, except to find the final kill. Paradox to finally find their 3rd.
Another one on the board. It was 1 in the difference. Split of the wickets there. For that McBTS one that they gathered up. And I was quickly just looking up some statistics on Icebox for Paradox previously. They lost to Nebula 13 to 11 on this map the other day, where the lineup was Exempt on the Raze, Indy on the Sage, Azo on the Viper, Delusion on the Sova, and Nation on the Killjoy. Massive change up for the composition that we've got now for Paradox.
Yeah, one would warrant a Viper on a map like Icebox, especially starting off attack. You're able to set up that wall, split off mid and B, and really get a very far forward position and maybe set up for these 3 duels. Swap out maybe the Sova even and start to play with it. But yeah, Paradox really confusing everyone here with their pick. And the Azo tries to capitalize off the Hunter's Fury. Knives high for Indy, as he's able to trade back a 1 kill, though Clutchy ever prevalent on this ace site. Lockdown comes down, and Paradox again in a sticky scenario.
It's looking to shape up to be a very one-sided affair. If it's 9-3, it's not too far disastrous like a 12-0 or a 11-1, but still 9-3 if it turns out to that is still quite devastating. Clutchy just holding on this line. Nation doesn't completely clear it on through, and now it's just going to be down to Exempt. Clutchy's just getting up close and personal right now, clearing everything very rapidly. And the boys will get it done in the end as well. So there you do have it, folks. 9-3. It's going to be the half-time conclusion scoreline. And now I really do just wonder for Paradox, because, you know, duelists, if you've got more, usually that does favor an offensive lineup. They now go to the defensive side, Tony. Are they going to get anything here?
It hasn't even been too bad, I guess, from their duelist play. Nation, Indy, they're doing numbers. It's been really a lackluster performance here from Azo in this second map. We saw him pop off first, maybe has fallen a bit out of favor in this second. McBTS, you can see Zenkoko and Tensai now starting to be in their element a little bit more. 9-3 on the half, and Paradox, they're going to need pistol and then some to really even this back up.
Yeah, they would almost need to get 6 in a row, one would think. Shut down them on the bonus round as well. Get another rifle round under their belt if possible. And really start to find their footing on this defensive side in the beginning. Clutchy has eaten the paint shells for dinner. It will be healed up. Exempt going to spot out something. So this big old lean for McBTS to this A site will actually net in them losing the first frag.
Yeah, McBTS losing Clutchy early, unfortunate for them. Paradox pretty comfortable with these sheriffs, though. Nation going to be caught in kitchen. Sheriff retrieved by Sicko. No, towards B they will go. A's though in a very far forward position towards middle. Indy can hear the footsteps now, overwhelmed with B's site. He's not going to get checked for the moment and will pay off to his success. Zenkoko to peek the kitchen. Koro to finally take Indy towards that yellow box. And Paradox, well, they can still start to mount this defense, not if Delusion's whiffing shots like that. Zenkoko finds that kill, and now they have perfect post-plant positioning here.
And the flank is being held out from Azo. Azo finding 3 in the round so far. Will need the 4th. It's all onto Tensai. His position known as well, and it is going to be Azo to find the 4th in the end. The Battle Sage coming through to find the pistol round for Paradox. Is this the start of something new for them? It definitely needs to be.
Just as you think McBTS have the footing and the groundwork to really take that round, Paradox turn it back on its head, and beautiful flank kills are being found there by Azo. 3 and a 4 subsequent to close it. Paradox now with a bit of a lifeline, a raft into that ever so vast ocean that McBTS have thrown them in.
Alrighty. Treading water right now. BTS still floating on top. A couple more rounds for Paradox and they might start to sink a little bit. Again, it's going to be Exempt on the get-go of the round with the paint shells out, and they're going to find Clutchy yet again. He's just going to be asking for some heals. A little bit of a repeat of the previous round for now. You do have Azo with the Vandal purchased on up. Going to fall back. You got 3 players here for Paradox. 1 Nation pushing through mid. Indy looking to hold down B by himself. The plant looking at the established if possible for McBTS right now as Sicko finds the first frag in the round for them. Is that all we are going to see? Azo 3 on the round. He's going to double it down again. Back-to-back 4Ks from him. His team is in his backpack right now.
I feel, yeah, he definitely now on the shoulders of Azo, and I feel those subsequent kills, those 2 4Ks now propel Azo's confidence back into this one. Paradox, now that probably shoots the momentum back up in their favor. Of course, McBTS really had them on lock that first half, but Paradox finding that first pistol, a good start. A second on top of that, Paradox are feeling themselves back into it. Now, bonus here, McBTS have the guns, and this is going to be up to Paradox to keep McBTS on hold.
Big open up for Nation right now. Tensai down for the count. This is the purchase to come through for McBTS, remember. And with the poison clad over towards Boiler, there is some vision unavailable for the side of Paradox, but also likewise for McBTS right now. The creep up from Indy, the flank. This is going to be really powerful. Like if you can find one frag or two. Delusion, though, getting off the line at the wrong time, and it's going to be to his dismay. He will fall down. It's going to be Indy's time to see if he can do one better. The gun barrel has been seen. Clutchy turns. Oh, the shots from Indy. They're a little bit too preemptive, and he will still manage to find the frag. Dash away into the wall very rapidly. So 3 versus 3. The plant's down, Tony.
And, well, Zenkoko's cooking up something in the kitchen, finding Nation, though. Exempts a quick trade here, but spikes down for McBTS. Both towards this B side. The long play for both of them. Secure towards Yellow, Core up on top of the box. Except can send the bombot out there. Very crucial kill. Initial being found by Sicko. Now it's left to Indy. 1v2. Knows the position of 1. Doesn't know where Cora lie in wait, though Sicko's just playing for the time. He's playing for the peak. Even gonna take it in the end. McBTS finally finding double digits on the board after a bit of a resurgent Paradox coming into this half.
Yeah, the first 2 rounds on the board for Azo, of course, on that pistol, and then on the Vandal purchase into the next one, able to find those 2 4Ks. But now feels like when BTS have the rifles that they are just back into it. Ignore the first 2 rounds for them. They are doubling the scoreline of Paradox right now. And this is where we get into the nitty-gritty of the game. This is where we get into the deeper diving into those strats and actually see what Paradox's defenses are going to be made of. Indy has purchased up the operator into this one. Is a little bit late to the party, though, on the line of sight. You're going to see Exempt throughout the paint shells once more. And I really just do wonder for Paradox. Can they gather this round? They surely need it.
This is a big one for them. If McBTS spill 11, it potentially spills out of Paradox's hands and maybe onto our 3rd map. Of course, that is, I believe, split just after this. Exempts a nice initial fight being taken on the Clutchy. Delusion able to find another. Hunter's Fury, though, lands. Cora lands another kill. Azo immediately with the res, though. It's a res answered, though. Azo in the back of this site lining up 2 is so crucial to shut down this attack from BTS. They're still looking for it, though.
Yeah, you're going to have that reveal come on through as well. Exempt will slide on out, able to find Tensai, and now with the spike down, it's all on a Sicko. Paint shells to buy a little bit of extra time for Paradox. Is going to send in the recon bolt, 20 seconds until he next has, the recon bolt, sorry, it was the shock dart that he managed to send on in. Now he has to just navigate his way around the maze that is the A site. There's one onto Nation, will elevate, see if he can spot anything on out. It's going to be the operator line. The shot missed out, he catches one. But it's going to be Exempt to at least be there to get the trade in the end. And Paradox, they will hold on very tightly still.
That was a cheeky little drop shot there to come in. Paradox able to stabilize. 6 now on the board for them. And, well, you saw Azo now shot up the board. We want to see the same from Delusion. Ults available for Exempt and Indy. And, well, if any time's around to take it, it's this and the next one. BTS still on double digits. Paradox, though, with the rifle advantage in this one. It's going to be Eco for McBTS. Indy opting for the AWP here over towards this B alongside.
Posted operator from Indy. Nearly slipped into the AWP there. We'll bring it back.
Yeah.
The AWP. The AWP with an accent. 1-on-1 trades coming on through right now. No resurrections available. If that shot was hit, I probably would have left my chair, but in toward the A site with it to go, and Azo is here. India actually manages to find Clutchy, peeking on through. There's Azo, expected though from Zenkoko. You go, Zenkoko. 2 on the board, 2 on the trot, a minute to go. The spike is down though, so McBTS will have to navigate a way back in to get it. The Viper's Pit might actually be utilized here if they need.
They have to deal with Delusion and Exempt. Delusion holding from the mid line. Exempt over towards Snowman. Paint shells come out. Toxic screen goes up. Recon comes out from Delusion. Pinging for info, but welcome to my world, says McBTS. Viper's Pit goes up. Spike retrieved. Toxic screen goes down, and McBTS are looking to sneak through the Snowman side and maybe wrap on into Exempt, but he's changed his position. He's over towards middle here with Delusion. 20 seconds now on the clock. BTS need to get this spike down, but they need to take these first initial fights. Delusion tries to sneak through the Viper's Pit, but it's Zenkoko's domain to meet the demise here. McBTS find 11. Paradox now with their tail between their legs. They're on an eco, Dion, and it is looking very scary.
Zenkoko finds his call to action in that round with 4 on the board on that Viper. Started off, and then they settle down, you know, wait to see if Paradox are going to overextend, if they're going to get a little bit sweaty in that round and look to really bring it on back. But it goes to McBTS, and now they are 1 away from finding map point. 1 away after the fact to try and send us into the 3rd map for today. And Indy is just looking to send it straight away, missing 2 blades though, and now he's vulnerable, punished, down for the count.
Yeah, that's, I guess, a Hail Mary push there from Indy, trying to find anything, maybe get an early kill on the board and instill some hope into Paradox, because they're bleeding out after that last round. It said, as I said, of course, a crucial round to find Delusion, able to find Zenkoko, and they found some kills for both sides. McBTS, though, have overwhelmed and overran this B site for the moment. Tensai, very nice position here, holding for the tube push from Delusion, and McBTS have everything set up for this post play.
They could even use their lockdown if they want to right now, just to buy a little bit of extra time and to force Paradox into submission. Clutchy, though, in getting up into the kitchen, he might have found the right ingredients in this round to cook up something very, very tasteful. The aim is a little bit awkward, but the shot is there at the end, and he got some extra information as well on towards Exempt, who with the classic is able to find Sicko. And as Azo finds Koro, it was scary for a second there, for a millisecond. But McBTS, they hold on. It's 12-6 now, Tony. It's looking to get 1 step closer towards split.
Yeah, Paradox, their map pick, and it would seem that the side of McBTS, they want to pull the reverse card against them. You take our map pick, we'll take yours, and we'll go to the 3rd decider. Split, of course, and I haven't seen too much of either side on Split. We haven't seen them pick it in recent times. Of course, I look at the statistics here for Paradox, and their Split, of course, a 0% win rate as well, but it would seem my statistics are a little wrong, because they were the ones to pick Icebox, and they have a 0% win rate on this map as well.
Yeah, Paradox picks this one, and off the get-go of this new round as well. It's not going swimmingly for them whatsoever, though Nation is able to at least answer back and find 1 in return. Remember, in my mindset, there is the Empress now available for Nation, but there's also that lockdown available for Tensai, who is starting to find a frag in this one as well. Really looking to shut things down. Nation should have been able to find that frag, but unfortunately not. It's all on the shoulders of Indy. A 1 versus 4 finds the first one in the mix. The resurrection is available too, and this is the situation where you just don't expect McBTS to give up the opportunity to give a frag away to Indy, although might have seen it. Nope, Sicko closes it, and we do now maneuver in towards our final map. We are guaranteed split.
Yeah, after a resurgent and a bit of a revenge icebox there from this side of McBTS. Paradox, a bit weird to pick 3 duelists there and no smokes, especially on a map like Icebox. Probably not the way you want to go down there. And, well, maybe back to the drawing board for them in this last map. But, of course, I didn't expect this map to go 3, or this series to go 3, and neither did you, Dion.
No, my prediction was the 2-1 to go on toward that over towards McBTS. So I was kind of expecting this one to go the 3. You and Watt in the same little boat there that has had a couple of holes punctured in it right now. You guys are sinking, but of course we are looking to send ourselves to the dock as we look to go for a little bit of a break, guys. Make sure you stay tuned. Drop a follow as well on all of the channels that you're dropping on board. If you want to follow us, drop a follow for us as well. But around the corner, we will look to close out the night. Split is next.
I just time traveled. Today's a big day for past me. He just got the latest Vodafone broadband with super Wi-Fi. Wow. Which finally means Wi-Fi in all 4 corners of the house.
What? Even there? I've got Wi-Fi in the garage.
Yeah, we do. See ya.
Oh, it's still in the garage.
Yeah. Super Wi-Fi. Wall-to-wall Wi-Fi guaranteed.
welcome back everyone to the Valorant Oceania tour. This is day 3 out of 4 for this stage of the qualifiers right and now. Myself, Komodo, joined today by 2Tap Tony. And Tony, we have gone through map 1 and map 2. We had a close one, we had a not so close one, and now we are going over towards Split, which I actually haven't seen for quite a while.
Yeah, Split has fallen out of favor, it would seem, in the rotation, and it's going to be interesting to see. I believe Paradox have been doing a little bit of prac behind the scenes, of course. I speak about their coach, Vont. He's a very tried and true strat provider for the side of Paradox, and of course, he's a very tried and true battle-tested Split player himself. So we look to see how potentially Paradox look to bounce back, because that was quite a blowout second map there from McBTS, and a bit of an interesting comp from Paradox. Maybe they tried for something new and it didn't quite pay off.
I'm just really hoping that when they look in toward the agent selection and they see the agents at the bottom, that they just don't instantly insta-lock a duelist like you would come to see in the ranked state of Valorant. I hope that they're going forward in this with the proper strategies as in place and the tendencies to fall back on what we've seen before from them on Split, because I also cast my mind back to what we've seen recently. You know, they played up against Nebula. It was 13-10 that they, in fact, did lose. It was reverse sweep in that matchup, but they brought on, Nation on the Astra. They had the Sky in amongst it for Delusion instead of looking over towards your Sova. I mean, you look at it, if you're on Split and you use a Sova, you're pretty much just inting on that one has come to be the normality on that one. You got the Breach to actually come in from Azo, which I absolutely welcome, and then you got the Raze and the Jet to follow on forward. I would like to see, the Breach or the Sage come through from Azo. We've seen, a lot of what this guy can do. Could also go to the drawing board and see the Viper come back, because we saw how potent he was earlier.
Yeah, Azo very, very prominent on that first map. We saw him absolutely tear heads against the side of McBTS, and then we saw him disperse a bit. He came back to fruition, but a little bit too late there. McBTS were able to close it out very convincingly. And, well, Split, a map that's defender-sided recently, but of course we had the recent shifts with the tunnels being opened up over towards B, especially over towards A, and it's going to be interesting to see how these attacker sides now fare on this new and improved Split.
It has been a little bit since seeing Split, hasn't it? You had that update. Oh, how long would it have been ago now? We've seen Breeze, of course, come in like, I don't know, a month, 2 months ago or something, it feels like right now as well. That's around the corner from actually being brought in to the rotation, of course. But I'm thinking about it. That's like next week or the week after, isn't it? My word, that's gone quick. Can't wait to see how that one's going to fare and what teams are going to adopt it. I mean, we looked to ask those questions a couple of times in to these guys. I know yesterday I propped up that question and we heard a little bit of the thoughts on that. But kind of, I guess, the trajectory moving forward on this one, Tony, we go in a Split. We've mentioned it time a dozen right now. What do you feel like we're going to see in terms of the outcome? Who do you feel is going to be able to take this one?
I definitely, well, my prediction would say it's McBTS, but my heart's still saying Paradox. After seeing them take it in that first map so convincingly, I'm more willing to swap sides here and join on the Paradox band camp. And McBTS, I'm gonna have to see a strong defense from Icebox, from Split, like we saw in Icebox.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go on the flip side of that, and I still think that I'm going to go with my prediction of the 2-1 over towards McBTS. I just think from everything that we've seen, that map in Icebox to me for Paradox feels like they've maybe tried just something new, and it just has not worked out at all. So back towards some sense of comfortability for them right now in towards Split is what I hope to see. But again, I really think that it's going to be BCS being able to claim this one. But now, without any further ado, folks, let's jump in towards our final map of the night. We transition over towards Split, which actually, if I'm now remembering correctly as well, has had a little bit of a recent facelift, specifically over in that defender spawn in amongst that little market area.
Yeah, it's a lot more clairvoyant as well. You can see the store in the background there as we fly by, and looking very, very nice. I'd love to get my hands on a bobblehead of such. But yeah, Split, a map we haven't seen in recent side, but Paradox and McBTS, these teams have been butting heads all night. McBTS had a very convincing defense, and if we can see that start to fruition in this map, then maybe the side of Paradox might have their work cut out for them.
Well, definitely going to have to wait and see. Looking up on that agent lineup for Paradox, and it is the lineup that I was hoping we would see from them as well. The one that got pretty close over towards Nebula, where I'm actually just looking at that scoreline. We saw in this matchup for Nebula and Paradox, it was 11-1 at the half to Nebula, and Paradox brought it back for 9 in a row on the defensive side. That's how favored the defensive side was on this map. But here we go. Pistol round is back.
Pistol to kick it off, and it's Paradox to kick it off on defense. It's the Astra Sky to come back in to fruition here for Paradox. And, well, as you said, a very strong bounce back against a team like Nebula. And, well, for the side of McBTS, they're going to have to answer quickly here. Reyna for Clutchy, not what we're used to seeing. He's more of a Raze and Jet main himself. Sage as well, if needed. But McBTS, they brought out the breach as well. It's on Sicko, and I love to see it being swapped up here. As you said, Sova, a bit of an int pick on a map like this.
Yeah, usually you would see the Sovas switch over towards a breach. You could even see them switch over towards the Sky. But Nation is going to start things off with the Sheriff right now. Zenkoko will be able to answer back. But already, Paradox off the get-go on this pistol. The first duels going their way. And as McBCS look to establish the plant, Indy, you would hope to see him slide on over. As he does get pinked on up, Nation will find the third in the round. Then Indy will be there to close it as well.
Yeah, very interesting hold there from Paradox. Indy sitting in elbow for so long. You expect to see him swing off of the spike plant to come out, but in the end, it's Paradox claiming the first. And, well, Pistol is a way to start it off and kick it after such a rough second map on Icebox. And, well, Sheriff Spectres immediately brought out here. Azo going to be bringing out the Judge as well, looking to get some cash early on.
Show me the money is exactly what wants to be seen in this one right now for McBCS. Back on these pistols, just going to be seeing what they're going to be able to do for Paradox. It is the time for them to try and farm up a lot. They've negated themselves any control of mid. They've relinquished the pressure there, and they're looking to hold it down over at A. Although Exempt only being good for one might throw a bit of the spanner in the works. Paradox, they are going to send in the Trailblazer. Delusion will get a bunch of information as well as that can cast as Nation. Now he's going to catch a free frag onto Sicko, who looks to have his skates on right now. Was just absolutely sending it on the ice. But BDS, plant down on this pistol. You'll be happy with that.
One enemy remaining.
Money retrieved by McBeans. It's another 3 from Nation. So I believe ult now available for him, the Cosmic Divide. Much needed ult on a map like Split, I feel, especially for close plant positions. He can shut down the hits to come in and really even shut down the line of vision from a side completely with the the Cosmic Divide.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see if they're going to be able to utilize it in this one. Of course, it is that bonus round. They might look to do so if they feel like things are going their way in this round, or if they feel like they have a little bit of a better approach to it than McBTS. Though, it is their first time to get this purchase on through as well. So this is the situation where you really hope to see McBTS get on the board early. You know, they were ripe and ready over on Icebox, pretty much in the charge time and time again. And now you look over towards Split, where it is defensive sided, of course. We know that one. There's already information out through mid, guiding light, spawning a bunch of that. And with the progression over through A as well, Paradox could almost rotate more so over towards B if they wanted.
Yeah, you can see the stars very fast spread here. Clutchy on the walk up, going to find Exempt over towards main. Guiding line out for Delusion. As the fade away now from A from Clutchy now starts to group up with the rest of his teammates. Delusion gonna have to be careful too in this B site. Delusion up in heaven. Trailblazer going for the hunt, trying to scout out some intel. And for the moment, McBTS now start to set up for this B hit.
Yep. McBTS are going to send it on through. The wall as well is going to obscure the vision for Indy. Could Updraft is going to choose to do so as well, but they haven't gotten into the site yet, mate. Now they finally look to do so as a couple of kills have been known. Delusion gets out the pretty little flash, try to find another one, but he can't quite do so. Doesn't really matter, as he will be traded out in the end. And McBTS, they will be able to gather this round expectedly, so they do not falter in the bonus. Only a couple of players, but now Paradox purchase up. They still have that Cosmic Divide. This is where the ults start to get a little bit more close. You know, Zenko goes 2 away from his Cosmic Divide, but apart from that, everybody else is 3 away.
Yeah, that's bonus going to McBTS, though it's Paradox now to buy. Operator to come out here for Indy, and I want to see maybe a shot or 2 land there. And very unfortunate timing, I have to say, in that last round from Paradox. Getting very antsy there. Indy bouncing over the top of that wall, and they weren't even very, very far near him. McBTS lucky to have a few Paradox players a little bit over eager in that last round.
A little bit of a gap in the smoke of the Nebula right now as well. You're not going to see anyone from McBTS just get too pressured out by it and get too ambitious to waltz merrily on their way through. They're just going to hold at bay as the boom bot will be destroyed. Sicko, of course, can flashpoint up. He's going to elect to do so. I actually really like for the side of Paradox that they've got the flashpoints and the guiding lights. Lots of flashes on both extremities of the map. Bring it on back, though, to this A site. And Clutchy already has popped the Empress. And if he doesn't find a kill soon, it's just going to be wasted.
They're completely timed out. Delusion, guiding light towards middle. He just waits to see the Nebula come up. And, well, that's going to be the smoke off wall, too. And BTS now to wrap onto this B site, though. Azo with a good flash and well timed. Exempt a little bit over eager and doesn't expect them to drop so quickly. Indy now on the side.
Oh, no,
Azo dumps another with the aftershock there. Finds a kill. Another being found here, though, by its BTS. Landing kill after kill. Azo tries to peek for it. Dismiss drop down in the site. It's now Nation in a 1v3. Fault line to come out. Flush. Sicko does damage. And just like that, BTS take the second round here and a bit of BM spray at the end there from Sicko.
A little bit of tactical crouching to come through from Sicko, who's now finally getting a couple more kills on the board. It's Koro, though, falling to the aftershock, which is one of those things that you always hate to see. Of course, it can really tickle your damage, tickle your Harry Potters on the body. But we are tied up. Paradox, they tried to do what they could in that round, tried to put up that containment. Of course, no containment field. We'll leave that over towards Tensai when the lockdown becomes available. Into with the new round with a plan for Paradox Stars to be deployed. They're going to try and get control in amongst the B main right now in the garage. And that flash is absolutely perfect. Clutchy just blinded on through, is able to find Indy. And now the Lear goes out for himself. The guiding light as well will obscure a little bit of the vision on the round for him. Still trying to get in toward the round. The flashpoint out from Azo, but he doesn't have the best weaponry to be able to peek with this one. Everybody is locked in, though, to this garage for McBTS, and now it's actually worrisome as Exempt finds Clutchy.
Oh my god, these flashes are so obnoxious from Delusion. He's blinded every player with every single flash he could. And, well, Paradox, Exempt finding that flank kill, but falling off and playing for the man advantage now. 4v4. Paradox have rotated a few players over towards this A site, sensing there might be a split to come in from the side of McBTS. They've left Delusion over towards this B site, and he's going to have to answer for quite a bit as smokes go down. Everything gone from this B site, and Sicko's caught looking the wrong way. Delusion with a nice shot, opens it up, looking for another close onto Zenkoko. Now McBTS have the footing to take this B site, but Paradox still have 3 members to take it back.
They don't have the best weaponry going into this one, though, Tony, and now they don't have any Azo alive, and the pistols have at least found a little bit of damage to force the resurrection in. Clutchy's going to be brought back into the land of the living. Could have seen a world in which Azo did deploy the Rolling Thunder if they had better weaponry in this one, but that's not the case, and now that Nation's number has been known, he might just look to fall on back or be eliminated with the spike explosion. See if he can take anyone on McBTS with him, but Tensei's just going to be able to find that, and McBTS, they will gather the lead.
And cheeky little peekaboo there to close it for McBTS. Third, now straight for them, and Paradox, they do have quite a few ultimates, though, to work with. Cosmic Divide still available for Nation. We have the Seekers, we have the Rolling Thunder. We have the Showstopper as well for Exempt, maybe looking it to replicate. Of course, my mind goes all the way back to when Split was first introduced into the pool. Of course, it was a team like EXO to pick it, and Plix, of course, to pick the Rays. It comes to mind the Blast Pack, the Showstopper down mid, just a disrespectful play, maybe to come out of Paradox is what is needed right now.
But not for the current time. Guiding Light's gone on through, and they have felt too much of the pressure that they will look to fallen back, and Delusion is going to fall back even more so. They've got the Rolling Thunder to disorient McBTS if they want. They've got the Seekers as well to gather a little bit of information, but with all 5 alive still, probably don't want to use it that early.
And Flash being held by Delusion, I believe. spike retrieved over here. McBTS playing this one a little bit slower for the moment. Stars set up over at A for Paradox if necessary. Cosmic Divide going to come out here for Zenkoko, and that is going to be immediately called to a showstopper pull by Exempt. Early paint shells come out, but McBTS not going to go towards this A site. They're just trying to bait for it for the moment.
Yeah, 35 seconds. 10 site could be coming very large right now. The Seekers, though, are they going to go down to his direction? They are, and he's going to have to destroy it. That's some information right now for Delusion, that it's not just the one-dimensional approach coming in through the main area, that it is the split from the ropes. It's onto Exempt. It's onto Azo, the Rolling Thunder. If he uses it at the 15-second mark, that should be the round. Delusion's going to be good for one. Zenkoko gets out that trade. Rolling Thunder in a little bit too early as Exempt now. Good for one. A second one as well. All down to Koro. A 1 versus 4 with no time on the clock. And McBTS, they falter at the end. The time is the better of them. The containment from Paradox is beautiful.
Very nice under the pressure. Exempt able to just sit in that rafter position and farm up kill after kill. One comes out heaven, one comes out ramp, another comes out ramp. He just lines them up for 3. Paradox now for 3 on their board to the 3 of McBCS. And well, it seems we're back to even footing here, Dion. And well, I have to say Nation on this Astra has been impressive on this map so far.
Definitely has. We saw how impactful he was earlier on with the Sheriff, remember? So we are going to have to wait and see if Nation can get something more attuned on this one. Though in this Nebula, Clutch is in for a rude awakening, and there you do have it. Indy starts off, no answer back, no resurrection. More info in through mid. You talk about Nation. He's just now dispatched of his counterpart, Astra, in Zenkoko. But BTS, they have seemingly hit a bit of a brick wall in this round, but they are still going into it. A little bit of noise to be heard in the ropes. And Delusion, if he sent out a flash right now, he'll actually catch a lot of these blinded players. It's going to be a little bit sticky right now, pushing up through Delusion. He falls, he falters, and now McBTS are going to try and get into A.
And they dump the flashes, the fault line over towards screen side. No one able to answer for Paradox for the moment. They're locked out, but they can play for this retake. It's power and numbers, the lockdown to come in here, though, from McBTS. Koro with the wall to shut down screen. This is very, very nicely played here to draw some time out and get McBTS in a bit more of a favorable post-plant situation.
Well, the lockdown comes on through and it doesn't really work out. Buys a little bit of time, but Paradox still have all these players alive, and Sicko is going to eat the aftershock. Well positioned from Azo right now. Koro answers back. Going to sit in the fault line as well to get disoriented. It's all on a Koro right now in this little moment of time, but the space being granted by Tensei, he's really bringing them in, and Koro will plant his feet to be able to find a tactical crouching. You do like to see it at the end when you go a little bit larger in the game, because if I'm going to get some BM into what the game, Koro, you didn't really do too much in the other maps, my friend.
You got to get it early on. Koro did get it early on. Unfortunately, didn't have much to answer in those first 2 maps, but he's been the shining hope here on McBTS in this game. Of course, this map alone. But I have to say, Paradox, that gravity well into the aftershock, that's the power of this Astra breach that we haven't gotten to see all too much.
Obscuring vision.
A little bit back and forward right now, Tony. A couple of rounds here and there for both spots. Empress is popped out by the one in Clutchy right now, but it's Indy. Finding Tensei to start on through. Guiding Light to allow the escape right now for Paradox, as they are feeling a little bit hot under the collar from this location. Clutchy blinded out. Look how much utility is going down right now. I can't even contain what is happening. Clutchy is going to be taken relatively low from the aftershock, and as Exempt takes out Zenkoko, things are going quite nicely for Paradox here.
That's a good delay on the paint shells. Sicko and Koro still thinking about going B after what they've just witnessed. I wouldn't say so. Aftershock fault line comes in from Sicko to try and flush maybe a player towards Under Heaven. Now they try and walk their way into this side. Azo behind default, just tucking and waiting in the spawn side. Towards the door here. Here's the drop in and will not line up a shot. Koro able to steal away that kill, goes back up through the rope, and now potentially looking to wrap back to A. They still... Oh wait, that's the res. Yeah, Koro has the res, gets Tensei now.
20 seconds.
20 seconds
The
here on the
spike is
clock.
down.
Azo's still in this default position, and they haven't checked him quite yet.
This should be Paradox right now. There's the... No! Azo No! How you let Tensei get that frag, my guy? At least the gravity well comes out, but you can still plant in it. This round, I thought it would have gone to Paradox, but no. That one frag. That one frag. Essentially, the round has dropped off the back of it. Oh, you hate to see it. You hate to see it. It's on a nation now. See if you can bring something back, but it's just not going to be the case. Sicko finds the frag. Oh, you have to feel for Azo there. You have to feel for him.
He was set up in such a crucial position. You saw the judge close range default normally nets at least one there. Time wasn't favored for McBeats. Yes, they're somehow still able to convert it, and it's a tactical pause now to come in, and Paradox, they're going to be feeling the hurt of that one.
Yeah, the pause is going to be dropped on through right now as well. It'll give Paradox a little bit of the breathing space to kind of talk in amongst it and what's going wrong in their camp right now, because the defensive side of Split usually is the side, right? It's usually the side that you find a lot more rounds than the attacker side, but if you can really find your role and your punishment down, like BTS are sort of starting to do, I guess you could say. It's not too far prevalent just yet. They might be able to run away with it, but my head is kind of spinning still on Azo there. The judge at close range like that, should have been able to find the frag. Very unfortunate, but yeah, we have to forget about that one now. They're just going into it with the Sheriff's a classic, and for Indy, he'll probably be bringing out the Bladestorm, and then you got exempt on the Sheriff, so on the Judge, sorry.
You can see a ton of stars set up towards his A side. BTS know they have the weapon advantage to really push their metal. Koro immediately finding Nation on the entry, exempt, though holding the Judge and holding for time, though is going to be shot by the turret, and Tensei now knows that exempt's very close and far forward. McBTS very poised to take this round, but of course Paradox, if they can steal away some guns, potentially make a bit of an upset, then it could start to unravel. McBTS though with Ironclad hold. Indy though finding one.
Yeah, it feels like McBTS in this round are just steeled up right now, and they aren't really feeling too much of the damage. Paradox will be good for one frag on the back of Indy's Bladestorm, but that there be it. BTS, they find the 6th round on the board. They at least guarantee the tie on the flip of the halves, but the situation like this, right, really starting to cast my mind back to what we saw in the last map. They were just starting to find their footing, starting to really find their rounds and their momentum to drive them, be that driving force in this qualification stage to go up again toward the top of teams in our region in the next area.
Yeah, McBTS, of course, coming in with no big fancy team under their, of course, org under their banner. They're just a group of friends at the moment looking for representation. Unfortunately, you know, they haven't had, of course, their superstar jet player in Andy, but they're still putting results up, to say the least. Nation, though, putting numbers on the board for Paradox time and time again. Cora able to even it up, heals himself back up to full. Old orb
Cosmic Divide.
And Cosmic Divide now available here for McBTS. Seekers used by Delusion. They're going to immediately be shot at, but Sicko might need a backup for the moment. Then Coco going to be blinded completely.
Going to be nearsighted on the back of those Seekers as well. Position known. Starting to get a little looking at damages. Azo still does have 2 flashpoints, the Aftershock and the fault line to go down. 2 away from the Rolling Thunder, however, he's not going to be able to come on out a little bit for now. The Cosmic Divide is down for McBTS to draw Paradox in toward the site, and as these curveballs go on out, sorry, not curveballs, cloud bursts, it's all still going over toward the favor of McBTS. It's down to 1 in. So Azo, there's the fault line. He's just going to try and stick it, get it halved, and not going to be able to here. There's the shot. McBTS, they win the half now, no matter what.
Yeah, McBTS very strong on their A-holds, it would seem, and unfortunate there for Paradox. A bit of a round that they much needed. They can't quite find it. Now they're back to pistols again. They still have the Cosmic Divide for Nation. Exempt with Showstopper, 1 away from the Rolling Thunder, but this is looking very, very strong from McBTS. You can see the, of course, the recent update to Split, you know, the halls widening. Very now more favored towards this attack side.
I do like this change of pace from McBTS as well. being ever so quiet out of the A site, making sure that there's no immediate showstopper to come out from Paradox. You know, time and time again, you see them kind of just go in and run absolutely off the get-go with it. The Rolling Thunder, though, goes in towards the B site right now as Azo is the first fallen soldier. I actually thought that it would have been finding the extra damage on towards the Astra there in mid-BTS instead, but it's not. And it's all a fake. It's all a ruse right now as well. You go in towards B, it draws that rotation, the plant can go down, and this is just really a sort of strange outcome of this round, right? Because you've got players still over at the B side for BTS. You've still got the plant over at A, and now actually an opportunity for Paradox to be able to find some things, and Coco will stop Nation from being able to get the weapon, however. But you would definitely see an outcome here for Paradox to still charge on through and see what they can do. The slow orb, all of this Sage utility to keep them at bay, but they're both going to scoot across and go over towards screens.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, Tensai ready and willing to fight the player at screens though. Night, Indy puts Senkoko to bed. A little bit past his bedtime, maybe. Indy now needs to make this magic happen at this A site. 2 left here for McBTS. The time pretty far, 6, and Tensai with a headshot at long range finds the kill. And solidifies 8 now on the board for McBTS.
Yeah, things are going very nicely for them right now, McBTS. They are on this train track, and there is no rocks. There is nothing on site to steer them over into a little bit of that side lane. Everything's going swimmingly. They just got to refresh those coals or the electricity, whichever way you like your trains to be working. I prefer to use the coal trains. I think that they are always nice and fun, the old style. But anyways, McBTS, they do have 5 rounds in the lead, looking to turn that into 6 if they are able to win this, and then it is going to be on to Paradox to see what they can do on their offensive side. They are, though, looking to send it absolutely straight into the start. Exempt is missing out a lot of this Raze util, but the showstopper, it gets the job done. You know what, though? That's immediately going to be turned the other way because the Rez is there for Sicko.
Yeah, Gravity Well denies Exempt the early opportunity, but he's still able to find it. Rez to answer, and well, now McBTS, they should probably run it forward towards this B site. The lockdown comes out, and well, Paradox playing a little bit further back. Indy finding that first initial kill, though. Cora able to answer. Clutchy caught out in the open, and a player we've known to see played with inconsistencies, not quite able to line up any shots. Cora still up on top of the rafter, able to find another kill onto Exempt. Paradox now sit 3v3 in this post plant, but they've got the health advantage here.
Yeah, well, eventually McBTS will be able to get the extra heals if they can wait a little bit. But Koro, it doesn't even matter right now. He's somehow still on, what, 11 HP. Found the frag onto Azo, and as Indy falls, it's all onto Nation Known. And Koro! What is that? I mean, I know that you get the traces to come out from the gun, but the sidestep, doing it twice, doing it dirty, slapping them in the face, and McBTS... That is 6 in a row. It was 3 previously, and they certainly are electrified up in the server right now. 6 the difference. They are on a tear.
Feeling ecstatic after this first half. 9-3 now on the scoreline. McBTS, a strong attack side. Now we go to the defense, and we saw a very strong defense from them on Icebox, and maybe that rhyme true here. Cora going off a treat. Clutchy, Sicko, it's everybody really from this McBTS side putting up numbers now.
And you look at the numbers department of Paradox as well. A lot of them are still grouped together, even though they don't have too many of these rounds. It's unfortunate that they don't have those rounds because we know what they're capable of. I still do feel like Paradox are quite a young squad. They have a lot to learn still with each other, and these events, you know, they will absolutely be reeling them in. They will have to learn as much as they can to continue in the region, continue to play their Valorant and in their stride, gather some wins. And for right now, the first win is going to be the first frag in the rounds. And Coco down, the BTS no smokes.
And good damage being dealt onto Delusion. That's the player you want to find the damage onto. Of course, he has the regrowth fadeaway shot from Clutchy. Very nicely timed and very well played here. Sicko needs to be cautious because there's still 2 players in this B site for the side of Paradox. McBTS now start to mount their rampant read say. Tensai finds Azo, lines up 2 though. Indy able to trade it back and is able to live for the moment. Tensai gets the reload off now. Nation down to 2 points of HP. The spike isn't down, it's in the hands of McBTS. And they're gonna sit,
you know the funny thing? He could die to the turret right
30
now,
seconds
and I have a
left.
feeling that it might actually be the case. It's gonna alert him, and then it's gonna shoot, and he's dodged it, but he has to. Yep, there it is.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I hate to see that.
He can't avoid it. It's a narrow fate there for Nation. 10 now on the board for McBTS, and a very strong pistol. Very nice fadeaway there, I have to say, from Clutchy. The frenzy control, very adamant from both these sides, though.
Nah, certainly so right now, but McBTS, mate, in finding that pistol that just steers them in the right direction, doesn't it? You would expect them to be able to gather this one, put them on to 11, and then there's that bonus where if McBTS are able to find it, that's pretty much GG. McBTS will qualify. Paradox go tomorrow in their next qualification area, because remember, this is one of those upper bracket matches. Technically, there is another chance where the loser of this plays Tyrant, but we can touch upon that a little bit later at the closure of the game. At least I think it's Tyrant. Anyways, we'll figure it out later. The judge for Zen Coco, look at the wrong way! And there's the Sheriff, finding the first yeehaw in the round.
And first yeehaw, and then the rodeo goes to Clutch. He's able to find Indy. Now looking for another snipe, though, will be taken by Nation. Judge and far forward aggression, though, exempt. Catches Sicko in air, takes him out. Evens it to the 2v2, though, from Tensai. And Paradox, this is the eco for them. This is very untrodden territory here. Paradox, rotate A. McBTS now on the rotate over themselves.
The Nano Swarms, though. The Nano Swarms right now, if Tensai pops them at the right time, might be able to steer Paradox over towards the Heaven area, but no, it's a little bit too late. It's not going to be called. The footsteps will be heard right now as the connection from Koro does work out. Works out Sublime. He finds 2. That is superb.
Very nicely played there from Koro, and I have to say, where was this the first 2 maps? McBTS, if they had this Koro, they probably would have taken a 2-0 in this series, but, well, Koro seems to be lit up and on fire right now. 15-7, 2 away from the ultimate now as well. Clutchy back to the Guardian, and 2 away from closing this one out for McBTS and looking to qualify to the next stage.
Looking to get the qualification in to go up against teams that have already qualified. And of course, you know, joining Order, Blitz, the likes of. Cannot wait. I believe that's June, the start of June. We'll be able to see the next part. Early rumblings in this one though right now, Tony. Seeing who is going to bid farewell first. Bit of mid-control for Paradox here. Bit of, well, not even a bit, a huge lean to McBTS over to the A site in leading only 1 in Sicko over to B. They're going to start to get their rotations going over as well right now. Gravity Well in the mailroom. As the Trailblazer sent in, Paradox, they start to explore.
Trailblazer explores that B site. Paradox now on the wrap up over here. And, well, they're going to find the first initial kill onto Clutchy. Very nicely found by Azo. Their fault line goes out. Sicko trying to land the Sheriff shot towards B main. And Exempt will take the precision kill then. Paradox really just looking for the spike plant, then some. Tensai. Alright, we see you. We were speaking about Core a little bit too much. Tensai got a little bit jealous. It was seen. Paradox able to take that round. Deny McBTS match point for the moment, but it's still heavily in their favor.
And remember, though, the big looming thing about that round is that it was the bonus, right? It was the round that you would kind of expect to be gathered up here from the likes of Paradox. So they've gotten another round. It has been quite a while since we've seen one from them again, but they've gathered that one. Is it the start of something new? I look towards this new fresh round, and the overbuy, it would seem, from McBTS in the previous one does mean that they're not going to have the best purchase going into this. If they are able to find an opener or 2 and steal away the weapons, then hey, maybe we do see something tricky be able to come on through. I'm just wondering for Tensai, why is he grabbing the orb? He already had his lockdown. That just feels like a waste to me, like an absolute waste. He had it before getting the orb. Okay.
Potential bit of greed, maybe. Potential bit of BM, even from McBTS, but... well, we'll trade 1 for 1 in the end. Paradox thwarted on their attack hold there. And Koro actually going to res Tensai. So, to his credit, you know, maybe baiting early on and potentially catching a Paradox player off guard. Sicko caught off guard himself. He has to fall back now as the B site now being overrun by Paradox members. Though Zen Coco with a dink in a range like that up in heaven. Paradox now to mount a defense here against the 5 of McBTS and the lockdown from Tensai.
I wonder, the Rolling Thunder, they can utilize the Aftershock as well if Azo still does have it, can destroy the lockdown, but it looks like they're just going to charge in for it, and they're going to be able to try and destroy. No, they're actually not. Tensai's holding on through. The Showstopper, though, goes in and does destroy a player, and the advantage still for Paradox. HP over towards the Raze. Exempt is going to get a bit of extra, and maybe on for the ace right now, Tony. He's going to slide over, and he's going to be able to find it as well. Paradox, they are still holding on. I remember I mentioned that BTS went into that round with not the greatest purchase. They got some damage done, but for Paradox there, that is going to be confidence kills galore for Exempt.
Very, very nicely played there from Exempt. You saw him pull the Showstopper, try and stop the lockdown from coming into play, but well, who really needs a lockdown when you can just kill them, Exempt? Very nicely played from him. Ace in the round, and Paradox with a bit of a breather. Now, McBTS, though, still have guns and getting pretty close to the ultimates on a few of them.
Immediately, though, looking to destroy some things over at the Ace site. We're going to see, though, what establishments can come on through. It's going to be Zenkoko, a bit sneaky beaky behind the Nebula. Delusion down. Means no Seekers, no Guiding Lights. Still do have flashes, though, on the back of Azo. Clutchy needs to be not too ambitious to be able to give up the bag and give it back an opportunity over towards Paradox. Starting to find some semblance of what works on their attacker's side.
Losing Delusion early means no Guiding Lights and no one to light the way here. BTS looking pretty convincing, and they're looking for a push towards middle here against the side attack of Paradox, and well, no one gonna meet their maker for the moment. Indy on the lurk over at A. Could be looking for a potential member to be caught off guard here, but McBTS, they're playing this one safe.
Yep. You wouldn't want to see them give up something when they are in the lead right now. You can see that Tensai is just holding true over at A by himself. He's got his full kit and caboodle with all that usual turret, the nano swarms over at that entrance, and the alarm bot. But Indy might be able to actually sleuth in and find a huge gap. He is starting to get flanked. The turret's going to reveal him. Tensai, though, he doesn't want to reveal himself at the back of the site. Indy good for one. Koro trades it out. Now Tensei's number is known at the back of this site as well. At that screen, good for one. Azo will be able to trade it on through, but it's going to be Tensai here to still find something. No, Azo able to find the crucial frag in the round. The spike looks to go down. They're going to pressure him. Azo off the back of this dismiss. Clutchy sends it on in, and now McBTS, they will find themselves in a qualification point. It is 12-5.
Yeah, you saw the time very, very late there on the approach from Paradox and McBTS. They're able to thrive under the chaos, and well, we're now on match point and qualification point, as you said, for McBTS. They're looking for their next stage booking here, but we're gonna get a technical pause really quick to come in from McBTS. Paradox, maybe a bit of a lifeline for them, and maybe some time to think.
Well, a lifeline is something that they desperately need right now. 7 rounds is going to be a real mountain to climb. They are going to be climbing it almost barehanded, it would seem, from what we've kind of seen, right? Bind, brilliant, absolutely stellar of a map to be able to witness. 13-11 over to Paradox, then feels like they kind of gave it up in the agent picking, right? 3 duelists, no smokes over on Icebox. They did really just get slapped around. And then BTS, they're looking for this little reverse sweep. And now they have that 7 rounds of cushioning in case things do start to get out of hand. Tensai actually looked to be disconnected right now. So maybe the game needs to be restarted for whatever reason. Maybe there was an internet problem, but it looks like he's come on back right now. We'll be able to see the purchase on through. And for McBTS, again, you know, as I mentioned, it qualification point that they are on right now.
Yeah, and I have to look at the ultimates almost available for this McBTS side. 2 away from the Empress for Clutchy, 1 away from the Rolling Thunder, 2 away from the Cosmic Divide here. McBTS have all of the ingredients to really close this game out. Paradox are going to have to come into this one that's swinging. Knives for Indy, maybe an initial pick being set up by Azo is what Paradox are after.
Well, let us wait and witness what's going to happen here. Zenkoko, we've seen him go out through this smoke before. Nation finds Koro. Zenkoko good for 1. A second one would have been absolutely godlike, but it's not going to come on through as Indy gets the trade on out. Seeker's still available right now as Zico, quite vulnerable, will be allowed to get on back and forwarded. bonus of still being alive. Player advantage for Paradox right now. They will all look to group up as well. This is their round to drop.
They will drop the Seekers from the side of Paradox. Indy has pulled the knives too, so it's all going to be up to Tensai here in the back of the site. Lambot, everything triggered here. Tensai able to find the first swarm,
Nano.
the second that spike. The nano was absolutely huge from Tensai. Now it's McBTS, man advantage, health advantage. Spike
On
out
flank.
in the open for Paradox. Elm the flank, Clutchy taking Delusion, and Paradox might
Nation,
be
no.
delusional to think they're gonna win this right here and now. BTS, it's Nation though to take Clutchy. 2 more left in the site, 30 seconds now on the clock, and it's going to be damned awry. Tensai finishes it up, and it's McBTS to take it 2-1 over Paradox this evening.
Take it 2-1. Predictions come in key at the end there, but very well placed for McVTS in the end. And, you know, as I touched it upon, while we had a little bit of that technical pause to be brought on through in that last round there, a good showing, you know, from Paradox in consideration of that first map. I feel like it did kind of just fall a little bit toward the second and the third there as well. Maybe they lost a little bit of their steam that was trying to propel them earlier, Tony. But why don't we have a little look-see right now in towards our interview, because we do have a player over on the side coming on through from the winners there in the BCS 10th side. Mate, how are you doing? Congratulations.
I'm doing great. Yeah, it's pretty good. I don't know what I'm doing. Just started playing the game, so yeah.
No, I was actually I was going to mention that in the beginning. How are you finding the transition from CS into Valorant right now, and what made you kind of come in with these guys?
I think Clutchy reached out to me and he kind of wanted me to play with him. So I took him up on offer because I feel like CS is a bit stale for me at the moment, and there aren't many opportunities in CS as well right now. So yeah.
Yeah, it would seem Valorant the new wave at the moment for a few of these old CS guards. And of course, I have to speak on old CS guards. You know, as you said, you talked about Clutchy hit you up, joining in. And of course, now you guys are through to the qualification stage. You're through the regional final. And any teams you've got your eye on to verse now that you've been putting in the prac, you've been putting in the hours, and really want to go toe-to-toe with some of these teams?
Well, we've actually haven't pracked at all. We've probably pracked like 2 or 3 nights since like we had our appearance in the other tournament. I don't know what it was, but we played with Vandy in that one. But I've got my eye on Order. Orders are really good. The best team in the region actually. So, but Mindfreak, Wildcard, and what was the other team? Bliss. Yeah, they're all really good teams. Yeah.
Yeah, another question for you here, Tensai. Go on.
Yeah, go on. Sorry. No.
Okay. What sort of put you on towards the Killjoy coming into this one as well? Was it like your own pick, or were you kind of just following in your role? Did you just slot in where required?
So on CS, I played a lot of anchor roles. So it felt like it was like kind of nature to me to just play an anchor role. And like Killjoy is like, her turret is essentially a second man, right? So you can just play off a turret as if you're having 2 people on a site. And yeah.
Yeah, rightfully so. It paid off to success. And of course, I saw it in those later stage rounds. You saw the turret, the swarms, very nicely set up and very well played from you overall, guys. GG's. And Tensai, is there any last minute plugs, of course, before we wrap it up with you this evening?
Not really, no. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Tensai.
Thank you very much there, Tensai. You hear it from the man himself, one of the newest players coming on over into the squad of McBTS as well. And now we look to wrap the night up, guys. It's getting, what is it, like 20 past 7 right now PM. A little bit early, all things considered. But here you do have it. A little bit of a wrap-up of the previous days, Tony. Today, we have, of course, witnessed Mindfreak and McBTS qualify into the next stage, which means tomorrow we're going to be witnessing Direwolves versus Paradox, Tyrant versus Nebula. I am really excited for these games.
Yeah, these games are going to be very star-stacked, especially that Tyrant Esports and Nebula game. I look to have my close eye on that one. Of course, Nebula looking to wrong the rights of, I guess, their unfortunate bow out here against Mindfreak. And as well, Direwolves hopefully looking back in good form and looking to put up numbers and qualify themselves for the next stage, of course, of the VOT.
Yep, of course, you will be coming on for today and then leaving us in a moment as well, Tony. So thank you very much for coming on through. We did hope you have a lot of fun on this one as well. Getting on to all the Valorant channels as well, and the big one, absolutely awesome that we've been able to bring this film through as well. You know, big old shout outs to LPL, to Vodafone, and to LG on that one. Tony, before I look to wrap it up, do you have any last words?
I definitely, of course, have to give a props to Crash on our observer this evening. Very, very respectable and very good on the cameras, very good in catching some of these very close rounds that some of us probably wouldn't quite have the dexterity to do so. And of course, very lovely to have, join you this evening, Dion. I don't get to normally come on and do a star-studded event like this, as you said, on the main channel. And it's always a pleasure to come on and do some Valorant. And again, thank you for having me.
No, you're welcome, Tony. It's been really good to have you on board tonight as well, guys. And it's been really good to have all of you, engaging in the chat, engaging in all the conversations on that, enjoying what we have to put on forward as well. Tomorrow, I will be returning at 3:30 p.m. Wind your clock back 4 hours from right now. And that is the time that we will look to be live as well. Conky, the person that I was casting with yesterday, is going to be joining me back. Conk Moto is what we go under as well, guys. So without further ado, we look to bid adieu to us all tonight, and we will see you tomorrow. Take care and farewell.